Do not forget that we talk about genuine Pan-Africanism. Not all these ones they are garnishing. Not all these ones, please. What we are doing is for us, once we succeed, our continent will succeed. We develop and advance. Do you understand? Not through sentiment. We say the reality as it is. Do you understand me? Therefore, I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, I will open the lines so that people will start calling in. Please do not go away. Also, lost Kainawa. To the extent, even the Fulani, they know our character now. Okunle and Alhaji leaked the phone conversation. The Alhaji said they know Igbo people now. Just bring them near, give them sense of belonging as your friend. Near him, he will vomit one thing that will make you survive. That they know. Just give him small thing and he will. Okay. Do you know that I have phone number of my customer that used to buy me AC? He's a senator, Alhaji. Oh yeah, very primitive element character. That Ndibo still never depart from us. We need to shed it because we are on the 21st century. That is why now follow Mugo everywhere. In no cow, Nandi scammers and the native doctors. So Nandi different things. I will now follow victim because I want to ICH. I'm telling you. But we must continue. I have a caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on signal.
I can hear you, Mazi Jonathan. Good evening, watching it.
Udodrege
watching it. Mazi Jonathan, thank you. This is Biafra Radio. I'm happy this night that I'm part of this historic moment in the life of Biafra. You know, because you ask a very pertinent question. You keep on asking that question. And that's why I do them. Where is Igbo's presidency? Because the time now I speak my thing where it concerns me, most especially because when I am able to we the Igbos, we need a very special decolonization. In fact, even after the restoration of the sovereign state of Biafra, we the Igbo as a people, because Biafra is a nation, Igbo is a nation under Biafra, other nations are there. That is reality. We need to decolonize ourselves because we have so much ascribed importance to materialistic than the real things that matter, which is freedom and liberation. Somebody made a statement that Igbo man once he's well to do, every other person around him, and this is a very bad mentality that has made it even in our life. Sometimes we blame the rich ones and the politicians. We should actually blame our people because our people has proven that even if you know what it takes to liberate or to give them what they need, as far as they don't listen to you. And this is where I give kudos to our own Nnamdi for being able to penetrate this very hard race to convince, because Igbo is our race is very hard to convince. Look at, even with all the awareness, somebody can wear the mindset, believe superstitions, and these superstitions, you're not only believing it, you're believing it to this holy platform where we worship, where our leader has taught us, because we've learned from our leader and we know where he's heading to and we're following him. He can't come and change the ideology for us. He can't do it. We have awakened and and there's nothing you can do to change it. We don't believe in superstitions. Anything you're bringing to us, let it come with facts. Somebody cannot just stay somewhere and make a voice note and send to you, you begin to come and play it, use it as to fight, to do a kind of retaliation. We are not even here to retaliate anything. We are saying the truth. We have suffered religious backwardness because of, look at a pastor that is telling you that dollar will be, naira will rise again. This prophecy has been a record. It's just like they are not seeing us that we don't have even the brain. So even for you to reason, you are against them. So they can say anything to you and you must accept it because God has spoken. A man of God has spoken. That the Adeboye has spoken. Kumuyi has spoken. And these people that are speaking this thing, all their children are in abroad enjoying good life, good education. None of them train their children here in Nigeria. But they are in Nigeria giving you prophecy on how to continue suffering. And you are the type that is still bringing this kind of superstitions to our platform. There is no other way to describe what you're doing that you are against what we are doing, because we have known people that have come in the past. I followed our leader from day one, even though I didn't join that struggle then, but I have been following till I had to join. We've known people that have in the past spoken about religions and settlement has crept into them and they begin to fit away, and we continue. The struggle is still alive. So this is a legion. It can't come and change whatever ideology you're bringing to us. In any disguise you're bringing it, Biafra, we know the truth. We are not Igbo people as per se. We are Biafrans. I can choose to be Igbo, I can choose not to be Igbo. Yes, I'm an Igbo born and brought up, blood there, mother, father is from Igbo land. I can't deny my identity, but in our land, we know what we suffered in the hand of colonial masters through their religions and their Portuguese people. What they did in our land, they keep on doing, and up to today, they are bringing neo-colonialism in our land, using our people to conquer us, keeping us away from the reality of life. Today, India has launched their own space launch. Where is a black man? Where is Igbo man? Where is a Biafra space in this planet Earth? Are we just here to come and watch other people like television? We can't accomplish anything. Even the little ones we have, Nigeria has helped to destroy all of them. Do you want to tell me that if we have started the way our forefathers started, and even the Biafran war, after the war, the engineers we had then, the way they started, and it means they are still continuing in that trend till today, we would not even have industries all over Igbo land to develop our land. We don't even have a reason to travel to Lagos, to outside country for anything, because that thing you're looking for, Sokoto, is inside there in your house. You are living in a national country. I don't think you have seen any auditorium of pastor crusade that has ever bring development to a society. You're using church auditorium where prayer camps to say this is what we develop Ali. If that be the truth, the way we are a religious people, don't you think that our land will be the most developed in the world, because we have the highest prayer camp and churches in this world in Igbo land? But today, we are the bottomless at the bottom, and we are still fighting to bring ourselves from that mess. And you're using the opportunity because you have a platform. You have seen Jesus before Biafra. You believe in Jesus more than Biafra. We are not being sentimental. Biafra is our religions, and religion Biafra is what we worship, and that is the sanctity our leader has kept. Our leader never violated that rules, and you have no right, as somebody who is given opportunity to continue the legacy, to come and change it for us. We can't take it. So you that is listening to me, I have the right to say what I'm saying this night, because I also is part of the movement, blood dead, registered and oath member.
Let me ask, if I may ask, who are you talking about even? Because in a thank you. What if I have to say it the way it is, Mazi, I can emboss you later, because here we don't exaggerate. There is a program that was laid down on this platform in the morning. But Mazi, let me ask this. This radio is people's parliament, is people's radio. Anytime I'm talking, I used to even invite people, I encourage people to call and oppose what I'm saying, so that we have a civilized debate. Happily. But what used to baffle me is this. Like as you call, you are complaining in my platform. The person that is doing that, you don't have the courage to call. And it's part of our problem also. Now you know now complain. Why not pick a phone, call direct? If I am talking, even if I'm doing any program, I used to announce it, say please, I am not Mr. Know Ye All. If you have opposing argument, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu put a standard that we the superior argument rules. Call here, call the number. I call the number. But when you leave, for example, you leave my platform, what I say now, you go another platform, start complaining what Mazi Jonathan say, for example. Does it make any sense at all? Whereas you have the right, the audacity, you call and say, Mazi, I don't agree. Look at my this. It's not quarrel, it's not personal. Why should we be coward like this? And after all, the same character only complain. Upon now cannot complain. Take on your name, if it is me, take a phone, call. That is the thing. That is what I solicit. That is what I'm saying.
Yes, you're right, You're right, Mazi. Let me round up. See, on the aspect of calling, I can only call in. Why I'm calling in your program? Because after your analysis and everything you've said, you gave chance, may pay line for people to call in. But when you're on a program and you know what you want to say, after saying it, you say there is no time to receive call, you end the program. I don't think I will be calling you private, or because what you said, you didn't say it private.
No, it's not private. Any other time, if the person come, call him. Talk it. People will hear.
We are not afraid of anybody.
Until you went there on air. That is how it should be. And I want people to do the same to me. You understand? I want people to. If you say you don't agree, what we are doing is we are not. Do I know you? You don't know me personally. We don't have any personal business. It's this struggle. So anything we are doing is not personal. It's the standard being set. The focus of where we are going. So if you disagree on what I'm saying, you call. Now we discuss. You can make points that strike, that I can learn from. Now, we debate it, we argue, and people will be listening. We will also be learning. That is symbiosis. It's mutual benefit. That is what I'm saying. Ndewo Mazi.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you, Mazi. In order not to debate, let me just round up. Our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has been freed by the court of competent jurisdiction appeal court, and United Nations has also given their opinion. So anybody who is going to talk about signing shorty or anything, you are just being a useless fool that you have always been since we know you. Our leader is free, and the Nigerian system should obey their own court and release an innocent man so that he can go and take care of his family. Because you can't tell me that somebody who the court has set free for over 1 year now is still being kept in solitary confinement. This is injustice, and the world is pretending as if they are not seeing what is happening. We are here, and we will remain here until all of them will come and go, and justice must prevail. Our own case can never be different. Nambuko be true, and it will never end in our leg. We must have our freedom and develop our land the way we want it, and build our own civilization, our own indigenous way as a race. We are not cowards. We can never be cowards. Thank you, Mazi, for what you do for motherland.
Thank you very much. We must continue. We should learn how to, I don't know, there is something also I see in us, and this is part of the thing we need to change. We are seeing debate. Sometimes some of us see debate as you are against me, or contrary opinion as you are against me. That is why we are not good in politics. You know, that is why we are not good in politics. And that is one bad aspect I see in, let me say, these people, this is Christianity. They don't like debate. They don't like, exchange of ideas. No, they don't like it. It must be that thing they say is okay. They will not also call to say, Mazi, look, I don't know whether it is inferiority complex. Instead, when you go to where comments, you will see them writing rubbish. Take where phone. Well, no person is going to chop you. Make your point. Now you allow another person, I will make my point. Now that is how people grow up. But we see debate, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have been stressing on this. Debate or contrary opinion is not that I am against you or you are against me. No. We can be best of friends. But when it comes to certain debates or arguments, I differ with you. And we iron it out. After that, whenever it comes to our ordinary friendship, we continue in what we are doing. That is how things go. That is how civilized people act. Not carrying everything personal as if, no, I don't want, if you talk like this, as long as you are opposing me. That is why, even in Igbo land, politics, they are a governor candidate will try to go and kidnap the other one, his opponent, and kill him. Because we are not engaging in civilization at all, like at the far back. Thinking that being against what I said, for example, opposing it means opposing me. No. Maybe you don't understand. Maybe you didn't understand. Maybe you are ignorant. Or maybe I that said it, I didn't get it right. So we correct each other, we make points. And you learn, I learn. That is how things move. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp.
Yeah, good evening, Mazi.
Mazi, sorry,
good evening, Mazi,
let me also add this point. If you watch British Parliament in session, you say they can shout on themselves, talk, but immediately after the session, they go and start laughing with each other, shaking each other. Once it comes to work, that work debate, because that is their work, is their job. They can be highly, with all their forces. It doesn't mean they are fighting. This one will rise and say, no, this one they will even woo you. Whoa. It doesn't mean that they are. After the session, once they hit the hammer, say the session is over, or for recess, you will see them talking to each other, laughing. That is how civilized the people act. But in our own, I bring any lenobi, only I say that my faith, only I say my. What are you the instigator? The first of person that have believe on something in this world? Why do we take all these things so personal? Why? Everywhere. Mazi, please continue. Caller on WhatsApp. Continue, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mazi Chinedu. I appreciate your call. Mazi, I remain Mazi Emmanuel. I'm calling from Paris. At the special grace of Chukwokika Biama. I remain the Paris Zonal Coordinator. Mazi, I want to just appreciate our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the person and the servant who answered the call of Chukwokika Biama, who built up this very platform, the Radio Biafra, where we worship. We salute his courage. I want to salute the courage of the leadership of this very movement, the person of Mazi Chinedu and his leaderships. We appreciate them. And Mazi, just what I want to comment on is concerning the pan-Africanism you just mentioned, because we cannot shy away from it. It is the topic of this very evening. And the Mazi have deliberated a lot on this very pan-Africanism. And we have learned a lot also, because hearing something and also developing more on that very issue, we highlight many people and reschedule their way of thinking or their way of perception, the way they perceive this very concept called Pan-Africanist. I have been following I have been, watching some of them online. Some who normally, even some of them, you saw them, they will be talking of one federal Africa with one president. And then when you ask them one question concerning even, they rarely even talk of their country of origin. You see? And all these people you see, when you ask them some questions or you want to, draw their attentions on the difficulties that may face Africa and the irrealizable of this very project. I am not saying that building one big Africa is impossible. It is possible. But we have to learn from the people who have passed that through channel. And you will know that before you come into the level of building one federal Africa, you have to first of all watch the type of federalism that United States are using, and you know that the European Union, they emulated from United States. Now they are building their own union. Before they came into agreement to build a kind of union, they have been in their own sovereign nations. They have been, governing themselves well. They have solid government. They have solid institutions that function well internally in their own respective countries. But when they are now facing the federal issue, they are talking of federating themselves. Now they are now coming with their terms, their conditions, and they are debating on it. Then you ask Africans who are talking of this Pan-Africanist. Yes, when you tell them that you are talking of Pan-Africanism, but you don't know that even the country you call your own, check well, you find out that your border has been tampered. A lot of things has been, mismanaged in that area that they call their own country, especially Cameroon. Because when you look at on social media, people that you find mostly that normally talk of this Pan-Africanism are mostly from Cameroonians or from but there are many there. And when you ask them, tell them about Biafra, they will, come again, start giving you argument of just what you just said now. No, we want a very mighty, giant, very big Africa that everybody, we will have one president, but now you are talking of separating yourself from having your own country. But you ask them, do you really even know exactly the history of Nigeria? Do you know the ethnics of Africa? Do you know how the composition of Africa, the way you are talking about it? Do you know our diversities? Do you even think, are we going to coexist together? Can we live together as one federation? So you find out that these people, either they are being sponsored by some, any movement, all these secret services, they normally infiltrate any movement, any gigantesque movement, any mighty movement. They try to portray some people that will be singing the same thing with you, but you may not know that those people don't have the same agenda. They are there as infiltrators or as saboteurs or as people who are, be saying the same thing with you, but they don't mean their action will be contrary of what we are talking about. So, Mazi, I like the way you just highlighted this very Pan-Africanist concept, because our leader is also very admired, and he knows exactly about the Pan-Africanism concept. But before we go into that, we have to first of all go and tidy up our lands, our individual countries first, before you can now come up and say, okay, yes, who can we deal with it? Who can we join with it? Which country and which country can we join with it and form a union? You can't just, our land, we don't have anything. You don't even have, nothing is functioning in our land, even in Nigeria. And now, even just watch Nigeria. How many countries in Nigeria? Just 3 or 4 countries. Are they living fine? Are they living as an example? The answer is no. So imagine where you count about 50-something countries that made up Africa, then you carry one black man and made him a president of those countries. Yeah. A lot of things will happen. So Mazi, I appreciate you, and I want to end it here, and I say, keep it on, Mazi. It shall be well with you. And there, Mazi.
There, well. Simple Nigeria. Let them Nigeria that has a different nations in it. Let them think about Nigeria. I'll take example from Nigeria. Pan-Africanism, genuine one, will come when people are given their due respects. Different nations are accorded their rights to self-governance. That is when mutual respect will come, and that time peace will reign. Now people will start talking about coming together, like European Union. You first of all prepare your house now before you go outside. That is how it is. Caller on signal, Mazi Emikris. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good evening.
There, Mazi. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. I thank you for your program. It's always a program which is very sweet. I love to listen to it. To me, for what you're saying about pan-Africanism or whatever, to me, it doesn't exist. Only in words, verbal,
Mazi, what the earpiece? What the earpiece?
Okay, yes.
It's sounding somehow.
It used to happen on your phone, on your car. Are you hearing me clear?
So, their voice do now. Before now, on the
Okay, thank you. So look at that. Pan-Africanism they're talking about, I don't see any atom of movement from them or whoever is talking about it. For me, these are brothers that come from Christ now. Say something very cogent. The house might be the agents, secret agents are pushing the people to go this way. Because those talking Pan-Africanism, when you near them, you find out that when you talk about the individual states or individual countries, they come against it. It seems to them that if we say better, let us be one country. But it's practically impossible to be one country. Because now, this is what Italy did. When they formed the European Union of Schengen states, using the same euro, then Italy does not make a very big calculation. They enter into the union of using the same euro, while Italy is using lira then. Then this lira, one lira then is equivalent to $50, let me say like that, $50. So now they get into the euro. Then the product they are saying here, while in Germany using Deutsche Mark, then they are paying their workers about 1,000 something Deutsche Mark, which is equivalent to dollars then. While here in Italy, they are paying their workers almost the same thing, but in thousands of million, 100 something thousand million. So when they get into into the union, the price of things become double to them. So what they buy 50 cents for us, they become €1 to them. In order to balance the equation of the exchange between Germany and other countries that have a higher currency, Italy suffered a lot of many years for this. I've not even got out a lot of it. Then some countries also said no, that they will not go, they will retain, like Switzerland retain their own money. They don't want to change their own money. Even England was in the European Union, they refused to change their own money. They maintain their own pounds then. But other countries like Germany, France, Holland, all this, they went into the euro because some of them, but those that pay the price are like Italy and some like Romania that get inside them are paying the price, but at least they have curtailed the problem a little bit. So what am I saying here is that if, for instance, in South Africa now, where they are paying their money now is higher than Nigerian money, it's equivalent to maybe their money now is about 1,000 of their money is about 700, 1,000 something dollars. So now, if we make one African country, and then after, how would you pay the workers? The same thing you are paying those in South Africa is what we are going to pay those in Nigeria. In other words, there will be a cheating, and people will not be happy with it, and the country will not stand as one African country. It cannot stand. First of all, if they want to talk about Pan-Africa, they should review dismantling the border system they have created. But here, as I'm here in Italy now, I can travel to Greece, which is Southern Europe. I can travel to Norway, Northern Europe, and the Central Europe, like Belgium and others. With ordinary my document, the Italians can go with other national ID cards. Now, tell me, if I want to go to Zimbabwe now, I need a visa to go because it's South Africa. Unless I go there illegally, but if I want to officially go there, I need a visa. So they should begin to dismantle the border issue. Then when they dismantle the border, everybody will become doing that. Then you see the harmony, the business transaction will link us together, and then we talk about how to become one country or one Africa. Either everybody on their own currency, but we use one common system. That is what we are talking about. Like Europe, I just give example before I call in. European Union here, they have their European Union, but every country are managing their own affair according to their own country. It does not mean that they are not Europe. They are also Europe. They play football together as we are, do everything together. They travel, they leave the border open because people from Italy now may go to France now to play football. Their fans will go, the fans of Milan will go to France, will go to England without seeking for visa. Because they are playing the same European tournament. So they keep the border open, but in Africa they lock down the borders. And now the African talking about the pan-Africanism, and those when you talk about them, say if Biafra go, we need to come together. We are talking about to separate. You have a brother here who always said such a thing. We are trying to come together. It is practically impossible to come together to manage the kind of system we have find ourselves, because the system we are managing today in the world today are being created by the West. And we have followed them to manage the system. So for you to break the system, you need millions of people that have brain to break the system. They have already installed the system and went back to their country, and the system are functioning. So we are practicing all the way things they have created: the monetary system, the financial system, the government body system, the administrative system. What the so-called democracy now is what we are, all of us are practicing, but that is not democracy. So, but they brought it to us. Morocco are practicing it. Tunisia are practicing it. Libya are practicing it. Everybody are practicing it. Now, the monetary system now, you cannot say that you will not use money again. Now, you watch the video that this man always, the white man, analyze about the Africa, how they hold Africa down. He said that Africa are now, they produce a system, the global institution you are seeing, that is meant to hold sub-Saharan Africa now. And this global institutions are made, there are people managing it. For instance, he said, banana. What banana, you know how banana tastes. You eat banana, know what it tastes. But when you produce your own banana, you don't make to them for them to determine how much they will buy the banana. They will not buy your product. They will not tell you it's not. That's why they opened the World Food Program. They will tell you that it doesn't meet to the standard they needed to market in the global market. Therefore, you will not sell your banana. But banana that grow in my village is more better than the one that's selling in Europe here. But because you are not aligned to them, do you know what they're doing this? They don't want you to hike the price of banana to decide. So they are the ones deciding the price of banana. So if banana will cost the 3 pieces here, €1.50, €1.10 or a kilo, then they don't want it so that tomorrow there are people who wake up and say that the banana they buy €1 per kilo is now €5 per kilo. No, they maintain the price. The price is when the same. So what do they mean that everything they need, they got it within. The fuel price remain almost stable, and the fuel is there always. The gas is there always. All these products are coming from Africa to Europe and from South America to Europe here. The price are more or less steady. The difference cannot change like a 1 cent or 10 cents or 20 cents or 50 cents. It cannot change. And before they will change, government must know. So how do they maintain the price? Because of those institutions they have created, they use it to oppress us. And for we to liberate ourselves from this institution, we need 1 million Africans that have brain, know what to do. And we know how to manage them, but not something with force. We use gradual. Like for instance, they're taking cocoa from our land. I remember when Ghana president said that the Ghana are looking forward to manage their own cocoa and they process it within themselves. And that was, he said, the Switzerland president there, who was there, I think so, or the minister, she got angry for the man to make that comment, and they will go into working against it. That is what we don't do in our land. We don't do it. Yesterday you are talking about religion. Our people, after the white people came, they produced their first religious system and call it religion. But they went into continue working, finding out some things they make mistake, try to correct it so that it will suit up to what they want, even the Bible. Because there are things they write from the Bible, if you have maybe 30 years Bible ago, go and take it and read today's one. You will see differences. But now I will tell you that it's English explanation or translation, maybe. That's how they put it. But they saw the mistake they made in writing the Bible. They're now gradually correcting them so that it will suit up to what they want. And that is why I'm going to work and continue working. But our people, in a little small thing, everybody go to, just like after Biafra war, everybody went to sleep. And the they continue working to oppress us till today. Our brother, HAUSA-SERVICE, the whole man like this cried in the Senate. He thinks that they pity for him because he cried. They cannot pity for you because you cry. So the problem is that our problem generally in Africa is that we don't work towards to maintain what we have or to revolutionize that things or make it more better. Anytime we have something, we relax there and go and just making it, abandon it there, think that it will continue. Everything we are doing. So for we to move forward, we need to bring millions of people, thousands even, that can even sit down and analyze our problem and work towards it. Then we talk about Pan-Africa. But before Pan-Africa will exist, all these countries like Togo people will become Togo people, Igbo people will become Yoruba people will become. Then we find a way to make laws that guide us. Like for instance, Italy here. For Italy, an Italian person to go to Germany here. You see, we are working at their food is coming from Germany. The Italian owner coming from Germany from Italy to Germany. They are from Greece. All the places they are doing yogurt in Greece and they send them here. So they are doing bilateral business and agreement. So they reach some certain things. Now, if I take my product like palm oil and take it to Morocco, Morocco people will tell you that they don't need it because it's from Nigeria. So we have to have a mutual respect. First of all, we have to get our own content before we talk about Pan-Africa. So anybody talking about Pan-Africa, for me, is wasting time. So the first thing to do is to set up individual states and countries. Then we know how to unite ourselves through a mutual respect and other things. Thank you, Mazi, and God bless you.
There were, and you too. Before everything, you must put your house in order. That is one thing. The European Union, you see, today that borders, it was not like this before. They first of all build their countries, put their houses in order first. Now, before, socializing with their neighbors and trying to open. In Africa, you open border like this, terrorists everywhere. Look at Nigerian borders, unmanned. What is happening? Terrorists from everywhere flocking in. Only to kill. Oh, what's up? Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Call on, what's up?
Mazi, is that me?
Of course. It seems to be Mazi Nnamdi.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm on that train. I'm heading to San Bernardino, but I have to go to a cargo. So I have to be able to talk, and only myself sitting here. So I thank you. I listen to you every day. I sleep on your voice every day. But this has become so important today that I must wait on the phone until you pick me. Now, I am mostly concerned about. I have something to pitch in on the how Malaysia and Singapore, and how all these countries break up, decide to go and sing the loud. Okay, so that was so interesting, and I have something a little different from what you said that might help us understand why these things, how these things go. The separation of this, whether it is Yugoslavia, whether it is the British breaking away from EU or whatever they do. Now, our own is different. We cannot do it the way they did, and we're not going to blame ourselves. But first of all is to know the center of gravity. Remember what that Kanu you bring to us all the time. We're listening to one Nigerian soldier that talks to us about center of gravity.
Yes.
So the center of gravity, our center of gravity is different from every other center of gravity. Our center of gravity is oil and gas. And that is where we live. And it makes it so complex now when there is that pipeline coming from Abia, coming from Igbo, coming from our area. So our enemies are not just Nigerians. Our enemies are worldwide. Our enemies are America. Our enemies are those who don't want us to go nowhere. They're all spread all over. But to tell you the truth, Nigeria wants to display. They understand what you're saying even more than you understand it. The Hausa wants to go. The Hausa Fulani want to break away. Yoruba want to go. But the center of gravity is the oil and gas. So how are we going to do it? If IPOB, and I'm suggesting, I don't know how I'm going to say this, that IPOB should educate our leaders to find a way to form a line to communicate with your veterans. If you don't do it for all this struggle, the advantage the IPOB has is that you have veterans, that they are not making use of our veterans. No, our veterans sit there and people are not tapping into the use you have, your real veterans. You know why the veterans are not acting? And I have an example. Many of us are not acting. An Igbo man has a pride. Not pride because the use you have,
your real veterans. You know why the veterans are not acting? And I have an example. Many of us are not acting. You know, an evil man has a pride. Not pride because
Eze Chukwu okike abịama, Chukwu kere ihe niile mana o nwere ihe kere ya. Chukwu maala onye obi ya dị ọcha na onye aka ya dị ọcha. Asị m na nwa gị nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo ọzọ eme nte eme imo. Asị m na nna akpọ gị na taa bụ ụbọchị eke n'ala Igbo. Asị m na ahịa taa bụ ụbọchị eke ga-amịtara anyị mkpụrụ ọma. Taa bụ ụbọchị eke ga-abụ ụbọchị ọṅụ, ọ ga-abụ ụbọchị udo, ọ ga-abụ ụbọchị ụmụ Igbo niile ga-eji wee nwere obi aṅụrị. Taa ga-abụ ahịa ọma wee nye ndị Igbo niile. Taa bụ eke ukwu ga-eketara anyị ndụ, ketara anyị udo, ketara anyị amala, ketara anyị ihe akụ na ihe enwe enwe. Chukwu okike abịa ma anyị ekene gị. Na ọ bụ gị kele ihe niile na o nwere ihe kele gị ma ncha. Ọ chịrị ọzọ onori ihe nọrọ ihe nọrọ enyi wee kpọrọ ọdụm n'ọnụ. Nke enyi na-achọ igwe enyi ọsọ, ọ gbara nkịtị mana okwu ji n'ọnụ ya. Ọ gbarịsa ngene okoro ngene ṅụọ. Oke mmụọ ekenekwa emu gị, oke agbara ekene emu gị. Ọfọ ndị Igbo niile ji eje ọga ekene m, ọfọ nna nna anyị ochie ekene m, ọfọ na afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo ekene m. Ọ sị na nwoke si na ya ji ọfọ, nwaanyị si na ya ji ọfọ, mana ọfọ maara onye ji ya na oji ọfọ ga-analịlị. Chukwu okike abịama, mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ na afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo, mmụọ maara onye aka ya dị ọcha na onye obi ya dị ọcha. Asị m na nwa gị nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo ọzọ eme nte eme imo. Nwa bụ ugwu nwanne ka a na-eke eji m na ụmụchi ugwu eze n'ọnụ ọgbanike. Asị m na ana m akpọ gị si unu binye n'isi nwa gị nwoke bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Aja ana Igbo niile asị m unu binye n'isi nwa unu nwoke bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Amadioha binye n'isi nwa unu nwoke bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Eze nwaanyị Idodi ikwu na asị m gị binye o. Eze nwaanyị nwere ebe asị m gị binye o. Ana isi ọgba asị m gị binye o. Ugwu isi ọgba asị m unu binye o. Anyị cheta ncha asị m unu binye, anyị ọnụ ọgba asị m unu binye, ngwu nke n'ụzọ asị m unu binye, ngwu nke n'ụzọ nwa ezioma asị m gị binye. N'ọnwa gị nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo na-akpọ unu, asị m unu binye. Ekwuru na ome eme na asị m unu binye. Eze nwaanyị Anike wa ụwa oke arụsị na n'ike asị m unu binye na ojiro nwaanyị aga anyị, asị m unu binye nụ. Eze nwaanyị Ebenye asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị Amambara asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị Osimiri Njaba asị m unu binye. Eze nwaanyị Agọrọ asị m unu binye. Eze nwaanyị Agbalụ asị m unu binye. Orimiri agba na abụ asị m unu binye. Unu binye n'isi nwa unu nwoke bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Kama na ọzụzụ oke mmụọ na Abia steeti asị m unu binye. Binye ga napụta Nnamdi Kanu. Napụta Nnamdi Kanu na Eke, napụta ya n'Olie, napụta ya n'Afọ, napụta ya na Nkwọ, ka ọnụ kwuru njọ n'isi ya tụgharịa kwụ mma. Asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị eke ka m na-arịọ bụ eke ukwu n'ala Igbo niile, ka m na-arịọ n'isi Nnamdi Kanu si na echi na-abịa abịa bụ Olie Nnamdi Kanu na-eje ya bụ kọt. Asị m na echi ka Nnamdi Kanu ga-atụrụ ugo wee na. Asị m na echi ahụ ka ọnụ kwuru njọ n'isi Nnamdi Kanu ga-atụgharịkwuo mma, ka osisi ahụ bọọlụ otoro ga-emeche wee kwele. Asị m na ọ bụ echi ka a na-ama jijiji ga-adị, nke ihe ịrịba ama ga-adị n'ala Igbo niile. Ana m arịọ dododo napụtara anyị Nnamdi Kanu na ị ga-ekene gị. Napụta ya na Eke, napụta ya n'Orie, napụta ya n'Afọ, napụta ya na Nkwọ, ka ọnụ kwuru njọ n'isi atụgharịa kwuo mma. Chukwu okike abịama, ọ sị na onye ọbụla ndị ilo gbara okirikiri na-eche ndụ ya nche. Ndị ilo gbakwara anyị okirikiri, anyị agatagide afọ olo mgbe oni. Ọ ya ka anyị ji akpọrọ gị maka anyị nwere ike ọzọ. Ọkwanụ gị bụ mmụọ ndị mmụọ ji eji ọgụ. Mmụọ ndị Igbo niile ji eji ọgụ. Asị m unu binye. Mmụọ Agụlele binye, mmụọ Ụmụlele binye. Aja ana Igbo niile asị m unu biko dododo napụta Nnamdi Kanu. Napụta ya taa bụ Eke, napụta ya n'Olie, napụta ya n'Afọ, napụta ya na Nkwọ. Chukwu okike abịama, ama amasị amasị, ọ chịrị ọzụọ, o mechi ụzọ osi mpio. Chukwu kere ihe niile mana o nwere ihe kere ya. Onye jiri mmiri siri ike kpọọ aja, were aja siri ike kpọọ mmadụ. Asị gị biko na ana m ebunye ọfọ tata bụ ụbọchị eke n'isi Nnamdi Kanu na ka m gọrọ ka ọ ga-ele. Asị m na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje ya bụ kọtụ na ọ ga-atụrụ ugo wee na, maka na ugo chara acha dị echu echu. Asị m na nzu bụ ugo, onye o tinyere ugo nwere ihe na-eme ya. Asị m na anyị etinye Nnamdi Kanu ugo, na ya ka eji na-ebunye ya bụ ọfọ taa. sị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-anata na ọ ga-atụrụ ugo wee nata anyị na-awa ọjị ka anyị na-awapụ ya bụ ọjị n'isi Nnamdi Kanu, n'isi ndị ichie niile, ndị nze na ndị ọzọ, mmụọ na nna anyị ochie, ka anyị si unu biko bịa tara ọjị n'isi Nnamdi Kanu wee donatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ka anyị bịa kene unu ekene. Anyị si na unu mee ya na anyị ga-ekene unu na eke, kene unu n'olie, kene unu n'afọ, kene unu na nkwọ, afịa na anọ ụbọchị na anọ. Arịọkwa m unu n'ụzọ ọbụla anyị nwa bụ ụmụ Igbo si mehie megide gị, biko gbaghara. Ụzọ ọbụla ụmụ IPOB niile si mehie megide, biko gbaghara. Anyị ma na anyị bụ ndị mmehie, na anyị na-emehie na eke, emehie n'orie, emehie na afọ, emehie na nkwọ, mana biko gbaghara anyị mmehie anyị ma nye anyị ike anyị ga-eji gbaghara ndị mehiere anyị. Nọ ya ka anyị na-arịọ. Mee anyị ka anyị dị ọcha n'ịtụ egwu gị, ma anyị ka anyị dị ọcha n'isi ụzọ gị, ma anyị ka anyị dị ọcha n'ịgọ mmụọ n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu. Ọ ya ka m ji akpọkọrọ unu so unu biko unu bịa tụnye anyị ugo ma gbaghara anyị ma sachapụ anyị, ka anyị dị ọcha wee karịa ihe niile n'ilu gị Nnamdi Kanu. Na-asị na oji anabịa isi ije n'ukwu ojije mba ka ọ ga-eji na okirikiri ka ọ na-agba ukwu ose adịgharịkwa n'ihe enu na okirikiri ka ndị ilo gbara ụmụ IPOB na ha ma nwetakwa na anyị nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ụzọ, ha ga na-ekiri anyị anya mana ha ma mfọ anyị. Dịka aka ji ọfọ Igbo nke abụọ n'ala Igbo ebunye m ọfọ wee na-agọ n'isi Nnamdi Kanu taa, sị na taa ka ọ ga-atụrụ ugo wee na ọnụ kwuru njọ n'isi ya ga-atụgharịkwo mma. Onye sị na Nnamdi Kanu ama ndị, onye ahụ ama ndị. Onye sị na ọma nnata, onye a ga-ewere ana zee mmiri. Osisi ọbụla fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu tọọ nkwe, asị m ikuku futuola anyị osisi ahụ. Anya ọbụla fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu kwawakwa alịlị, asị m alịlị akọkwana ya n'anya. Onye fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu wee cheta ihe gburu nwa ya, ihe gburu nwa onye ahụ ga-egbukwa onye ahụ na ọ bụrụ Nnamdi Kanu gburu nwa onye ahụ. Ọ ya ka anyị ji na-agụ na eke na ihe ọma meela anyị ga-emere ibe anyị, ihe ọma mere ibe anyị ga-emere anyị, ihe ọjọọ mere anyị ama mmekwa n'ibe anyị ọma mme nwanne anyị, ihe ọjọọ mere nwanne anyị ama mmekwa na anyị. A sị m mmiri atakwana ma azụ anwụkwana, na ya doro onye ụkwụ na mma doro onye nta mma. N'ọkwa mgbe gara aga ka ọ so ji nwata wunye aka n'aka fụ ya ofe ọtọ ya, mana anyị anaghị ekpela, anyị anaghị agụkwa na ụfọdụ otu a. Ọ ya ka ji na-akpọkụ Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị mbụ na ndị egere, ndị nze na ndị ọzọ na-asụ unu biko o ji nwata wunye aka enu agbara mmụọ ọfọ ndị Igbo niile ji eji ọgụ. A sị m unu were mma gbubi aka aka atọ n'ala ka nwata were ihe ya. Oge elukwala mgbe ụmụ IPOB ga-enwe aṅụrị, oge elukwala mgbe ụmụ Biafra niile ga-enwe aṅụrị, oge elukwala mgbe ụmụ Igbo niile ga-enwe aṅụrị, mgbe nkwafe ọbara dị n'ala Igbo ga-edere juu. Ana m arịọ biko kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ma tinye udo n'ala Igbo ka ala Igbo dịkwana na mma ọzọ, na ọkwa na onyekọ mamịrị ọnụ ọgbọ ụfụfụ. A sị m nye anyị otu obi, anyị ga-eje onyekọ mamịrị ọnụ ka ọ gbala anyị ụfụfụ, na otu nzọkwuo ya ka ọ ga-esi dị n'eke, dị n'orie, dị n'afọ, dị na nkwọ, afịa na anọ ụbọchị na anọ n'ala Igbo. Ise
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 ise ise.
They were treated unfairly by the government. This is last year. This is Igbos in Nigeria, 73% said sometimes or always they were treated unfairly by the government. This is last year. This is the highest rate of any ethnic group surveyed in Africa. In their view, they are sometimes or always treated unfairly by the government.
So it's issue of injustice?
It is a deep grievance, and it's a disconnect from the Nigeria project, as was mentioned earlier. And I mentioned that number just to underscore the underlying grievance that has to be addressed. So amnesty is potentially part of a package, but the disconnect has to be addressed, and the Southeast is a core pillar of the Nigeria project. It comes back to the discussion of its importance. So all of these issues that are being discussed are inherently political. They're being seen through a political lens. For example, infrastructure, development. The grievance is you have a very productive region that is exporting not just to Nigeria, but internationally. You have, I think, Imo and Anambra are number 4 and number 6 for GDP in Nigeria. And that was in 2021, which was a very violent year. So even amidst the violence, three of the 5 states in Southeast are in the top 12 for GDP per capita. Yet there's no seaport. The bridges are not good. The roads are not good. So it is a development and infrastructure issue, but it's seen through a political lens as a political grievance. The same with security, which is you have significant deployment of security forces, yet the perception is the DPOs are not from Southeast. Many of the officers are not from Southeast. They are not necessarily well-versed in the local context. And so they're not performing the role of community security in a way that they or other communities would expect. So that's a security issue, yes, but it's also perceived through a political lens. And it's the same with federal appointments and involvement in governance. So these are development, these are policy, these are economic issues, but they're seen through a broader political lens that they're not being kind of fairly adjudicated. And I think that's really important to underscore. So amnesty as part of a package may be a solution, but the underlying grievances have to be addressed with an understanding of the political perception, how the infrastructure problems, how the economic problems, how the security issues are perceived politically, and what it means to have more representative involvement in those efforts from a Southeast perspective. Yes, it has to be a multi-stakeholder approach. The sensitive issues have to be addressed, and there needs to be involvement of the key stakeholders as this initiative is doing. That being said, in contexts like this, you might not move everybody over. You might not convince everybody. But where you make a serious effort and where you provide legitimate avenues, you will see a significant reduction in popular grievance that draws down support for extremism and makes it very difficult to operate. So a multi-stakeholder approach doesn't immediately solve all the problems, but it changes the trajectory, and it moves a lot of the public into using or trying to use the legitimate mechanisms again, as opposed to staying on the sidelines or even supporting extremist activity. So it's where you need to start, and it's the direction that you need to go.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 14th day of December 2023. Tata Bobo Cheke. This is the last day before the 15th, being tomorrow, being Friday, a day scheduled for the Supreme Court's decision. Or I can call it shambles. They call Supreme Court decision. We are never perturbed in whatever the Nigerian government is doing. All that we know is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released, and they will never stop the quest, the agitation for the restoration of Biafra, because this is our life. I am telling you. Biafra is our life. In Nigeria, we are dead, but it is only Biafra that will resurrect or resuscitate us all, whether you like it or not. In Nigeria, a ceiling is placed on top of us as our limit. A hardened ceiling, still iron ceiling that was placed on top of us. You know, you have to be factual. Have you, little things that go maybe unnoticed? Have you ever thought about the reason why no Igbo person? Let me come in the issue of maybe winning all these musical awards, international musical awards, any type of literature awards, all this. No Igbo person, no matter how good you are the best of best, nothing for you. All these musical awards internationally, just watch all of them. Watch all the. Don't you know that all these things go with government? They recommend, even if the people, international community, they saw the best person, the government, the Nigerian government will bribe and put the people they require the people there that don't go this side, leave this person. Don't you know that? You that is clamoring for you better Nigeria, as an Igbo man, as a Biafra, know that in Biafra we are dead. Look at Asare Dokubo lamenting today that this government is not good for a job people, is not good, and he has taken responsibility. That this is how you will learn in a hard way. Sometimes it baffles me for how long our people will continue misbehaving, thinking that, oh, we put Nigeria in a good way. Anytime there is election, everybody becomes excited, and become zombie, believing that you can do it. And don't worry, we will do a better Nigeria. After it has been the norm. It has been the norm. Every time, every 4 years, the same thing. Crying. Well, before the election, everybody will be enthusiastic. No, that we're going to do. Don't worry, we'll fix Nigeria by force. Look, blah, 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 blah. Immediately after the election, call it few months to 1 year, you say disappointments, complaining. And the worst part of it, in another 4 years, the same thing. The same thing will be repeated. How do you know real human beings, real homo sapiens, how do you classify them? That is a question I ask Nigerians. That once, when you are doing something, you see that it's not working. You cannot continue doing the same thing and expecting a different result. It is completely humanly, spiritually, anyhow impossible. It is impossible. But it's not the case with Nigerians. They continue doing the same thing, expecting different results. Asari Dokubo have come out. He has come out to lament, that this government is not good for job people. As if he's even talking for job people. But he's a person that championed, even fought and killed for the government in place. In the first month of in starting of the new government, he went to Asorok. He was, he went to Asorok and met with Tinubu. He came out and started boasting, even started thinking that he's above everything. I say not everybody, every institution in Nigeria. I used to say, they are primitive, honestly. You don't know that politicians are a different set of homo sapiens altogether. Once you are in that office, there are many things that are involved. You might have a good intention for the country, for the state, but let me tell you, once you enter there, inside Nigeria, #1 office as the president, there now you start seeing the reality. You face the reality you didn't know. You understand? You start facing the reality. At that time, you will see both tigers or lions will come and meet you to tell you that, look, this office you are, don't think that you are in command. We are in command. You start seeing what others never saw. Or what others can never see until they enter that particular office. You become chained in order to do even something you want to do. I don't know why people don't understand. The first thing, the only thing is, Nigeria is created by Britain for their purpose, and they are in charge. Don't you know that? Can't you understand it? You can never have good intention and enter into Nigeria presidency or as a president and uphold it. It's impossible. I say, as long as the system continues to exist, it is 1000% impossible. You continue, what we say here, you continue seeing the reality every time. And Sani Dokubo has seen it. And he will continue. Another time he will see it also. In the next 4 years, he will repeat. They will repeat the same mistake and continue lamenting and complaining. That is something that baffles me. You don't know that. Let me tell you. White people, white countries, developed countries, they first of all they wrestle in order to be independent, completely independent. That is the first thing. That is the first thing first. When you hear about revolutions in Europe, French Revolution, Italian Revolution, English Revolution, they first of all wrestled to have their country at hand, so that their decisions will not be interrupted, so that somebody will not be a prime minister of the United Kingdom and be receiving secret command from outside. But your own, you think, we are in democracy. You have flag independence and now anything. No, it's not like that. It cannot work. Ask me, why is it that, in a country of 200 and something million people, the only seaports that are viable is concentrated in Lagos? They are building whether the third or fourth seaport in Ekpe. In Lagos, only the tiniest state in Nigeria, in Lagos. They don't want to distribute it. They are suffering people, 200 and something million people. They suffer them to the extent that they don't care. They suffer them. Once the people start talking anti-Igbo policies, they don't want to create. We are talking Igbo. We have been campaigning for our people to come back to invest in our home in Southeast. Yes, which is right. But it is artificial campaign, for your information. It's artificial. We are trying to just cut and join, push people to continue remaining which we are, which is is good in the Nigerian setting we find ourselves. But can I tell you something? Under normal circumstance, if you bring infrastructures in the south, east, south, you build infrastructures, seaports, build good roads, east-west road, good, very nice, and put on international airports and seaports in Iguacha, Dredge Onitsha. Now, in Calabar. Put international airport also. Put railway lines as you have in the north. I am telling you, you don't need to tell anybody come back home. No. You will even try to start telling people, no, you can stay where you are. Because people, these infrastructures will be drawing people direct. Do you understand me? Nobody is happy to run away from his fatherland. Only a fool is. Nobody. But it is a policy, strangulation economic policy that is in place in our land that is pursuing our people. It's pursuing us. Whether you want to remain in our place, you will die of hunger. Now you better run away. First of all, electricity is worse in our land. Electricity, lack of electricity is worse. They are suffering, everybody, because of hatred of Igbo man. The Nigerians they accept suffering. They accept now. I think crazy because they want Igbo man down, and they are all even more down than Igbo man. They know that when they put up all these infrastructures, you had the clip I played by Amnesty. Is a white man lecturing both Ndi Igbo there. Many of them just bend down. because a white man is telling them, it's Amnesty International, a white man, telling them we have a very dynamic economy in Southeast, but no seaports, no infrastructure. People that are always shouting one Nigeria, no, we peace and unity. You don't campaign for peace and unity. That's why today I'm going to just touch on genuine peace. Genuine peace. As tomorrow we are waiting for the shenanigan they call court ruling. It doesn't matter how. It will never shake us. For your information, we expect nothing less than the unconditional confirmation and releasing of our leader, which has been pronounced by the Nigerian Appeal Court. That is the only thing. Because fighting for freedom is not an easy task. That's why I put it on my timeline, Facebook timeline. Whether you are ready for the hard task, ahead. It's not a Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I'm in your front, I'm in your back. You Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ask you, even ordinary propaganda, can you handle propaganda? Will you be able to handle propaganda? Do you think it's only talking? Do you see today what is happening? Some of our, let me tell you, many people, some people that we see that are clamoring, release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Do you know what they want? It's not, they don't care mostly about Biafra restoration. For your information, that is what I personally observe. What matters to them, they want somebody, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to come and be giving them entertainment, on social media. Also that they'll be seeing him on Neku. Hey, that emotion is only what they want. Nothing more. I know they say Mazi Jonathan on Nekuka. That is it. That's what I found out. People want somebody to be entertaining them on social media. They will be seeing him. Hey. That is why I am shocked when I listen to some people privately. I am telling you. A PhD holder will be talking about somebody must be coming and they'll be seeing. That's why they enter into autopilot, because they don't see the leadership on video. So they want somebody to be entertaining them, telling them what they want to hear. That Biafra, we have purchased F-35 jets fighters. It's on the way. We have also ship that is a warship that is landed. Warship that you don't even have any territory. You don't have where to bet it. And once they are seeing the person on video, they are happy. At least something is happening. Just busy doing nothing. Do you know? Let me tell you, this is what Nigeria Caliphate wants you to be busy doing nothing. That is how they relegate people. They want to relegate this, sanctified movement, IPOB, into what they have done to our big brother Wazirike. Busy doing nothing. They will quietly relegate you to a cage where you will be rigmaroling. The crewmen, the Caliphate crewmen, they said, "Now leave him there. Don't worry. Every year, let him go and let him do anniversary of Biafra. People will wear uniform, come and do march pass. During the election, he will put mouth on matter. Say, let us not vote this person. Let us vote this person. Throw your weight on the hand. The Caliphate is always happy. That is the same thing they want to do. IPOB, to relegate us into a cage, and that is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu questioning, because they don't want to come out on their own. You don't want to come out on their own agreement, on their own bidding. Otherwise, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu would have signed something and come out and be doing Biafra. Now Biafra no kwanobi. I think on a note now, Biafra there for heart. So let us be following it like this. It's not going to be, this thing, we are going to get it, we have to, first of all, try to mobilize and join one political party. That is what the Nigerian government wants to relegate us. That is why they are forcing an illegitimate so-called usurper, an infiltrator on us, so that they can do it, it can be doing Biafra the way they want it. They will model IPOB the way they want it, the way they have modeled Masob. Masob now is only on uniform. They are relegated to wearing uniform. Let me tell you, as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has said, let me repeat it. No freedom fighter, for your information, no freedom fighter will remain with the people he is fighting against. There are three places for a freedom fighter. 1, in exile. 2, in jail. And 3, 6 feet below. If you say you are fighting for freedom, fighting against the system, and you are there in that system doing your normal businesses, everybody know you, and you, my God, know that you are joking. Look at how, this is the law. Go to the law. Follow the law. They put him in the cage, just be there and be rolling, no problem. Oh, Nigeria. Oh, Nigeria. But that is how it is. You cannot say you are fighting against, things. You are fighting for freedom. And you are in that country doing your normal businesses, legal business, living, no person will lay you. No, you are not doing nothing. Which means you are doing nothing. He is not touching any knife, nothing. No knife is touching. If you are in this business of leading I'm talking of leading a freedom fighting, you must be ready for the repercussion. You must be ready to pay the ultimate price. You must be ready to be tortured. You must be ready for your business, if you have any, to be destroyed. That is when you know, yes. But once they hammer you small and they regulate you, the old radio that have knobs, not all this digital, analog radio that our fathers used. You know how to, once you on it, you start turning the knob. It will be moving until it reaches the station you want, and it will be clear. That is, they fine-tune you. That is how Nigerian Caliphate does. If you are doing a happy now, until they will intimidate you and fine-tune you the way they want you to be. Now, once they watch you, you stay there. They say, "Don't worry, leave him. He's of no use." That is how it is. If you are a leader of a freedom fighter, you must be ready to pay the ultimate price. It's not talking. It doesn't. When the real thing comes on you, be ready to accept it. Otherwise, you're a joke. You are just a joke, a simple joke, for your information. Because there is no way you can be, romancing, living well in a place you are fighting for freedom. It is impossible. Is your own going to be different from others? It is impossible. Fidel Castro, in order to liberate Cubans, not even changing our secession, no. In order to liberate Cubans from the corrupt American-sponsored government of Batista, he has to run away. He was hiding inside the bush. A leader of a freedom fighter don't go in, start doing business inside the country he's doing. For your information, what I'm telling you, it is something verifiable. It can't happen. It's impossible. That's why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, do you see him has any business in Nigeria? Because they will destroy it. They will even your landed properties, they will revoke the C and C of O. They will revoke everything. You just want to destroy it. And there is nothing. You can't do nothing. Because you are not fighting against one individual. You are fighting against a system. It's not by power. It's not by one individual. I have power. I can do it. No, you cannot as an individual. Because you are fighting a system. You are fighting a system that has network of evil everywhere in the world. So, don't you see, I used to comment about late Dr. Obadiah Lafia. He died a very avoidable death. If I remember that man, I become sad. Not for him. I become sad every time for him. Somebody like that, in the midst of Nakata, in the belly of the caliphate, and revealing, talking what he's doing. He want to stay. He's there. Now get out there. He said, "No, I'm not going anywhere. Here is my father's land." It's impossible now. It's not something you do with power. Just under Merufugi. Because they have money. They can use even your wife. They can use even one of your siblings. They can buy the person up, pay him off. Just put this inside his food. Just put it on his bed. Finish. You see this thing? Just carry it to put it in his bed. Finish. And they give him millions and millions of naira or dollar, anything. Money is not a problem. So why should you just like to commit suicide? No, it is the normal thing anywhere in the world, everywhere in the world. Fighting for freedom, the leaders of fighters for freedom. You don't have to be in that place. Otherwise, be ready. Because Obadiah Lafia, his life is even more important to others. His life more important to others than to himself. Do you understand me? Because had it been his life, if he's going to today, he is going to, maybe by now there are people that went down because of him. Turned around. They were discouraged. They became afraid. But had it been he's still alive, there are some people in the north that will start doing something, forming different things in order to start doing something for their liberation. Do you understand me? But he just go die, just stupid death. Stupid death. Because he want to show bravado. Nah, nothing I did for my father. Nothing. I'm not afraid. You are not afraid of who? Afraid of the system. The system that provides food that you go and buy. The system that provides, that has control of the road that you are applying with your car. The system that has control over the tap you are drinking, even the bottled water you are drinking. The system is in control of everything there. And you say, "I'm not afraid." Are you okay? Are you okay at all? Are you okay at all? Unless you are not serious in what you are doing. Otherwise, you have to find a safer place. A safer place and be there. Now we are in a jet age, in a IE age, information technology, IT age, in a social media age, where anywhere in the world you can be talking out, pushing people, arranging things. I want to hear GK, no fear. You know fear. Once you are dead, you are that brain, that leadership that will make you to even organize things for your future generations of your people is being lost. It will be lost and lost forever. And you see people will run away, be afraid. So please, let us stop with this bravado. Now you know the fear, now you just talk on social media, come back home now. No. It shows that what we are doing is working. Don't you know that? What we are doing is working. That's why they are telling you to come back, so that to stop what we are doing. So do not even answer them. Do not answer them. No, I will come back. I will come now. I will see. I won't hear GK, make one person. No. Once you enter into the territory, the system they are controlling, the system controls everything. The motor you are entering, the system controls it. The plane that is carrying you, the system controls it. Every facet of life. So they have full control of you, unless you no here. You understand? So we should be wise. Wisdom is required. Wisdom is required. You understand? So we must continue. As I said, as you know, tomorrow is the D-Day for our leaders' Supreme Court decision or pronouncement. Nothing. You know, Mazi Chinedu, the head of the Directorate of States, have said it, that we are no more interested. If they must release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, or it's up to them. You understand? And once we have prayed, God for our ancestors, because we honor them and release their energy. Anything that happens, if they refuse to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they should know that it is our ancestor. You understand? That is doing it. So that is it. And Mazi Chinedu also reiterated on this. So there is nothing. We don't fear. We have engaged in this, and we are here. We come here. We go nowhere. Therefore, we must continue what we are doing. As I said, I want to quickly touch on just something, genuine peace. You know, every time this issue, peace. Nnamdi and Ebute Ogbagara na Igbo land. Oh, we want peace in Nigeria. This is simple ignorance. You don't sing peace. You don't clamor for peace. It's not rocket science. Genuine peace is simple. It's a byproduct. You understand? It's simply a byproduct of something else. You understand me? So that is it. You are looking for something where that thing is not. That is, you know, here on Radio Biafra, we try to reset the brains of our people to think in the right way. Because when you think in the right way, you act in the right way. When you think as an idiot, you behave as an idiot. That is the reality. You understand me? Now, let me talk about peace. This genuine peace, I call it. I call it. Peace is simply defined as a state or period in which there is no war, or a war has ended, a state of quietness. That is a simple definition of peace. And this definition was brought by our people. This layman's very simple definition was brought by our people. In 1970, after the war of extermination by Britain through the Sokoto Caliphate, our people went back to Nigeria thinking that peace has come. Oh, finally there is no more war. Peace has come. Oh, we are back in Nigeria. Oh, peace has come. So do not stir up any other thing. Oh, let us go and live our lives. Little did they know that they are completely wrong. Completely wrong. But they were highly wrong, mistaken and deceived, because there has never been genuine peace since 1970 till today. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Okay. There is a difference between peace and genuine peace. Peace and genuine peace. Peace is, as I defined it, absence of war. Oh, everywhere on the surface, everywhere is quiet. Nigeria, normally Nigeria is not fighting war. It's not a place that there is war. There is no war in Nigeria, in our land. But country Somalia is better than Nigeria. Do you know that? Somalia is better than, where there is open warfare is better than Nigeria by far. But it's a country where there is peace. I will tell you. I will expatiate a bit, just a little bit, because I will not go far. Now, as I said, genuine or true peace. Okay, let me continue. There is a difference between peace and genuine peace. I'm talking about genuine peace, so please. Genuine or true peace is a consciousness where the truth about life sustenance is understood and maybe even integrated. Now the question is, what are the main truths about life sustenance? To sustain life as a human being, the truth about it is equal right and justice. This is the main sustenance of life. You live equal right and justice in this era. Once you bring equal right and justice, once you implement, you are in a state, in a country, you are able to at least implement 95% of equal right and justice. I am telling you, the byproduct is peace. Genuine peace. You understand? That is our adage, Igbo adage. That is genuine peace. When there is, when there is evil or a crime, it is punishable. It doesn't matter who commits it. Now, what you have, everybody will be satisfied that at least I can obtain justice. That is when peace will reign. Now, that time, as long as genuine peace start coming, now you see economic growth. People now will start thinking of what to do, how to walk, because you cannot step on my own toes. I will never step on your own toes. You cannot impose your lifestyle on me, saying that it is a freedom. There is no complete freedom, for your information. Freedom of ideology or freedom of worship, there is nothing like complete freedom of worship. Are you understanding me? That thing you are calling your freedom by coming to shout on the road, somebody will say no, it is disturbing somebody, so you are also infringing on his own freedom. So that is why everything should be balanced. But in Nigeria, it is not like that. The people believe that freedom is once your freedom of, let me say, freedom of worship. Is that thing that is once you are doing it, as long as it's accredited to God. No, any other person can go to hell. After all, it's a human being. You are doing God's work. No, this is anarchy. There is nothing like justice there. Equal right and justice. There is nothing like that. And it will continue bringing anarchy, problems, no peace, no genuine peace. Are you understanding me? Do we have peace in our land under military occupation? But since 1970, they told us, now we are in peace. Do we really have peace in our land? Where we don't have no infrastructure. Is that peace? Where they suffer, they torment our lives. You go to Lagos, something you can easily, my goodness me. Somebody that you want to bring, maybe your mother or abroad. After everything, he has to, maybe you don't even have somebody in Lagos, but he has to be in Lagos. And you start scavenging for either hotel to protect, who to follow her. All these things are tormenting. Paying extra tickets from Owerri, from Iguacha, from Asaba to Lagos, because you want to be on the safe side. You can follow road and become kidnapped and so everything you spend, all those things you are spending are extra torment money. Where is the justice? You must go to Lagos to take off, or Abuja. You feel that Lagos is near. You go to Lagos in order to take off. Normally, every of our sites should be having an international airport. You understand? Like from Olu, you drive just less than 20 minutes, you enter Owerri and enter your flight. If your flight is going in the next 2 hours, you start taking shower in your village. Namuibo or no Mundele. No, there now sound and they check the time. Before you know, there is road. If there 10 minutes you are in nowhere, you enter your check-in. But no, this is not the case. You must first of all, your flight will be going in the next 5 days. You must be, in order not to avoid any problem. Because there might be problem of anything. You have to start going maybe 2 days before that day. You fly there, you make sure you know, all those are extra expenses. Now tell me, where is the peace and justice? Where is the equal right and justice? Where? That you are clamoring for peace. Peace. There is no genuine peace. And we need to fight for it. And that is what we are doing. We have to fight for equal rights and justice. Stop talking about peace. Or Hanez and Igbo, stop talking about peace. It is not by mere mentioning peace that you have peace. No. It is by fighting for equal right and justice. Now you have the byproduct. The byproduct becomes what? Peace. Genuine peace. You don't need to talk about it. But as long as we are being marginalized, they made it a Nigerian policy to marginalize Igbo, to make sure that they push us they stifle us, they make sure that nothing, we are under military occupation in our land. And you say that there will be peace? No, it's impossible. Stop wasting your time. Stop wasting your time. I'm talking about genuine peace. Okay, genuine or true peace is a consciousness where the truth about life sustenance is understood and may be even integrated. What are now the main truths about life sustenance? The main factors about life sustenance: equal right and justice. Simple. These are the main factors that automatically produce genuine peace. If you want to, have a red oil, like in a village, you want maybe some red oil. You know what you do first? You first of all, either you climb a ripe palm tree, or you call somebody that can climb and pay him, in order to go and bring down, first of all, the bunch of palm nuts. You understand? First. All that you want is red oil. I want you to understand how this peace is. People are talking of peace, thinking that it's only invocation of peace that peace will come. That is peace will come through the barrel of gun. No, it cannot. I'm giving this analogy of you want, for example, you need in a village, you're in a village, you want red oil. Nah, what do? Not to buy in the market, no. You want to produce red oil. You don't start saying, hey, red oil. No. You first of all go and climb palm trees. Cut as many palm nuts as you could. When you cut it, you share that that bunch as you used to do it. You share first. Leave it for some time, for days, so that it can be able to be pluckable. Do you see? You are in the process of getting red oil, because red oil is the byproduct. Do you understand? You are in the process of getting the end product, which is red oil. Once you pass all this process, climbing palm tree, cutting it, all these it involves suffering. Do you know that? The energy you use to climb palm trees with it. Now you cut, sometimes you get wounded. All you want is the byproduct. It's not something you just start immediately and get it. No. After everything, you bring down, you carry the palm bunch, go to the house and cut the palm bunch into little pieces, pluckable pieces. Leave it for 1 or 2 days to be pluckable. And after, you still pluck the red palm fruits. After you start the process, boiling it, in soya sauce, pounding it. If you are using manual, you pound it. After everything, now you boil it again and now squeeze out the products, which will include both water and everything. Now you cook the whole thing. Oil will come out. It's a byproduct. That is how genuine peace is. It's not about clamoring for peace. Oh, you come in on radio, you talk about peace. You come on television, you write on the social media, very nice peace. Oh, peace, unity in Nigeria. Oh, peace in Igbo land. No, it doesn't come like that. It comes through what? Through a process. And that process is implementation of equal right and justice. Simple and short. And now, after everything, you get the byproducts. The byproduct is genuine peace. Everybody will be happy. Once you have a problem, you report to the authority. And, actions will be taken. You will be given justice. But in Nigeria, it is not so. I want to read one account of a man. The man is a Yoruba man. A professor in Texas University in America. His experience in Nigeria. I want you to listen. When he came to Nigeria, I think he's still in Nigeria. That was December 13th, yesterday. Now, the man is a Yoruba man. I can tell you. The caption, is how Nigerian immigration officers robbed me. And the police officers nearly killed me in Lagos. Nigerian American professor Okediji recounts. I will tell you why I say that he's a Yoruba man. I will tell you later. Don't worry. But he's a Yoruba man. Sometimes some Igbo names or some Yoruba names, they can resemble Igbo. Igbo names some also can resemble Yoruba. But I'll tell you why. Now, how do you have peace in a country where those that are the system is anti-people, completely anti-citizen? How? Now let me read a bit. A Nigerian American professor at the University of Texas, Austin, Professor Moyo Okediji, has recounted how some Nigerian immigration officers at Semeboda allegedly robbed him of $500 and took his hand luggage with all the money that he brought from the US while returning to Nigeria, returning to his country. Listen, for people clamoring for peace. Listen. Okediji further alleged that some police officers attached to the Festac Mile 2 station, Lagos State, nearly killed him on Tuesday after his encounters with the immigration officers, but for the timely intervention of some young men. Okediji, who took to his Facebook account to recount his ordeal at the hands of the immigration and police officers on last Tuesday, said, without the intervention of a crowd of young Igbo men. Do you see one of the reasons I know that he's a Yoruba man? He called the tribal name, young Igbo men. If he's an Igbo man, do you know what he will put here? Young Nigerians. He will not. He will be afraid to put the Igbo man so that he will not be targeted as hey, so you are tribalist. No, because there are Igbo people like you. So why you know Nigeria? Igbo Nigerians are always good to be politically correct. They are what they are being termed. They want to answer the tribalized Nigerian, which is an insult to only Igbo. If you answer, say you accept that you a detribalized Nigerian, it shows that you a zombie. I've said it here several times. It shows that you a mumu. You a mumu man. The tribalized Nigerian. The tribalized Nigerian. You a mumu man. It shows that you a fulefu. That is what it shows. Do you see when I read this, I laugh. I say, yeah, he's a Yoruba man. An Igbo man will not say this. Let me read it again. Repeat that statement. He said, without the intervention of a crowd of young Igbo men who saved me from the claws of Nigeria police attached to the Festac My 2 station, I would be a dead man today. If the man is an Igbo man, do you know, he would have written, without the intervention of a crowd of young Nigerian youth or your Nigerian young men. He will not put that tribe because he's the tribalized. But this shows that he is not an Igbo man. I know how Igbo men talk. I know. And his name also. I know how Igbo men, Igbo Nigerians, I know when they speak, I know immediately. So, let me continue. Narrating his first encounter with the immigration officers at the border with a mixture of English, pidgin English, Yoruba, and Igbo. He said, I arrived on Lagos today. I came in through Ghana and decided to enter Nigeria by road so I could see the lagoon landscape, riding a jeep that I hired to drive me down. He want to, as a tourist, maybe it's been a long time, you never go. You want to see the landscape as it happened, as it's been done in other places of the world. Not knowing that Nigeria is a hellhole. When we talk it, people will not understand until they experience it. Now they start referring to this IPOB, what they are saying is true. But only few live to give that counter. Only very few. Many die with encounter with Nigeria. Nigeria will happen to them and they buy, finish. And it becomes too late. While dying, they will be crying inside them. I never believe it too. I never believe it too. Nigeria is happening to me. And the person will be dead. You understand? Now this one, Nigeria happened to him. He said everything went well. Remember, I'm talking about genuine peace. So that is what I'm talking about, the caption. I'm discussing about. Everything went well in Ghana, Togo, Benin Republic until I stepped into Nigeria. Now there trouble start to. Now their trouble start. Somebody entering into his country. Have you seen this before? Where else in this world that you once you enter into your country, you are now a criminal? Everything turns against you. Where else? Tell me any place in the world, that behaves like this, if not only Nigeria. For now, why can't you understand that there is something terribly wrong? There is something terribly wrong. Even Tinubu, before he became the president, he confided to a journalist that, look, Nigeria is not like any other country, so spare your energy on fighting for better Nigeria. Nigeria is not like any other country in this world. Tinubu, you see, he said it. He said just what is here, just to follow anything. Nigeria is not like any other country. When we say hellhole, even at least in hell you will be accepted, maybe. by people that are there. But in Nigeria, everything turns against you. But you're a citizen. You will pass other countries at least, no problem. He said, the man said it. He's an eyewitness. He experienced it. Everything went well from Ghana, Togo, Benin, Republic, until he stepped into Nigeria. There, Wahala start. The first immigration checkpoint that we encountered was at the Seme border on the Nigerian side. One of the immigration officials took a look at me and said, "Come down, Oga." There I know Wahala don't start. In your country. In your country. To cut a long story short, they robbed me of $500. There were many of them, and they invited me, more like dragged me to their shed. They took my hand luggage with all the money that I brought from the US. Their excuse was that they wanted to search it to see if it contained contraband from America, and you landed in Ghana, you use road past Ghana border, no contraband, they didn't catch you up on. Do you see the type of wickedness in Nigeria is out of this world? I am saying it. That is why when people are talking of being religious in Nigeria, it baffles me. If there is a supreme being that is responsible for religion, really, before God and man, he will wipe Nigerians out. Because this is nonsense. It's an insult to even religion. Nigeria is full of wickedness that is out of this planet Earth. Nigeria, you are seeing. It's the type of wickedness there. You can never experience it any other place. I am telling you. Don't you see the viral video of one Dutch man or woman on a bike? I think he's traveling across to African countries. In Nigeria, police, so they don't know that when you look at them, only their look, they're like primitive animals. You can never see this type of people anywhere in the world. Any place in the world, you don't see this type of people. Yeah, I need money. Police in uniform, in the country's uniform, people that should be respected. Give me, how are you? The woman, or I think either a woman or a man, I don't know. The man was laughing. They don't know that everything he's from his helmet to his protective gear, everything is he has camera. It's wired, direct. After they will be saying, these are giving, Yahoo boys giving Nigeria a bad name. You don't know that this thing. I saw even in a place, it was watched more than 3 million viewers. Nigerian police asking for money from a foreigner. They don't even respect themselves that at least this is a foreigner. Oh yeah, respect yourself. Hey, where are you coming from? Give me money. You bring the money. You will see that these are primitive Neanderthals. Any maltreatment against any Nigerian anywhere in the world, you merit it. As long as you're a Nigerian. As long as you answer a Nigerian. Unless you say, no, I'm from Ariwa, I'm Ariwa. You know that you should escape that type of maltreatment. Unless you say, I'm from Oduduwa. No problem, you will be exempted. Or you say, I'm a Biafran, you'll be exempted. But as long as you say you're a Nigerian, people should treat you as animal you are. I am telling you. A primitive Neanderthal you are. You are not ashamed. You are ashamed to shame me. So let me continue on the man's story. In all these things, you want peace. You want peace to reign. Peace is artificial peace. Artificial peace. Okay, let me continue. Their excuse was that they wanted to search it to see if it contained contraband. They asked for my Nigerian passport. I told them it has expired, and I was in Nigeria to renew it. They said it was an offense for me to enter the country with an expired passport in your own country. They didn't see it as offense in Benin. He passed Ghana. He landed in Ghana. Passed Ghana. It's an offense to enter. Even normally, without a passport, you are in your land. The only thing you talk, you say your name, and they type it and see everything about you. But Nigeria doesn't. A primitive place, a primitive. I don't know what Britain created there. I don't know. And they are happy watching everybody eating the flesh of each and every one of us. Britain, they are happy what they have created in this planet Earth. If we stop this agitation for Biafra, before God and man, all of us will perish. I am telling you. That is why all these things will make you, once you want to even be discouraged, you pick courage. You say, no, how can I go back to this type of hellhole and be behaving like that as a Nigerian? How does somebody want to fix Nigeria? Tell me how. Nigeria is infixable. Let me continue reading this, please. I told them that it has expired and I was in Nigeria to renew it. They said it was an offense for me to enter the country with an expired passport. As a citizen, I apologized, but they wanted none of it. They said I had to settle them. They had my wallet containing the money I brought to spend in Nigeria. They saw two $20 notes and said I needed to give them these notes. Otherwise, they will seize all the money in the wallet and take me to their office to make a statement. You know what it means, taking you to office? It can mean you are finished, you are dead. They will drive you to one corner and put one bullet in your head and share your properties. And these people, oh Chine, where is do you know where when I talk about issues, even concerning religion, when I look at what is happening in Nigeria, I can authoritatively continue telling you that religion doesn't make somebody a better person. What makes people better or puts people in the right position as better people is law, not religion. Religion doesn't contribute to nothing for you to be better. Any character you have thinking that is religion, mostly go back to your parents. Is what is infused on you by your parents. By your parents. Because they are the first molder. You are first molder. Do you see how they mold block? That is the way they brought you up, with dignity. Not religion. Religion doesn't. Otherwise, Nigeria should be a paradise on earth. Muslims are fanatical. Christians are fanatical. Traditionalists are fanatical. So why should there be crimes like this or wickedness? There you see that religion doesn't make you a better person. What makes you a better person is law. Iwu. When you give the appropriate punishment, it will put you in. You must respect that law. You become afraid of going to jail. You become afraid of paying fine if you drive faster than you could. You become afraid if you drunk and continue driving. You drink and you drive, and they found out you under control. They found out they remove your driving license so that you can never handle steering, maybe for 5 years. Now you bow down. Once you get back your driving license, any place you see alcohol before you enter steering, you say biko chiku kukonok. Is the law that makes the people become most. It's a force. Otherwise, human beings have excesses. It doesn't matter. That is why all these so-called religious elites, religious leaders, they are committing horrible crimes because they are above the law. Their people, their sheep are supporting them. Even if they cheat, even though it doesn't matter what they do, they support them. So they commit atrocities. They rape women. They collect people's wives. If the husband talk, the ships will defend the man and say, you are jealousing him, he's a man of God, touch not him. You know all these things. So they give the man the impunity to commit. Do you understand? No implementation of the law. Nothing. People are above the law in Nigeria. That's why evil multiplies like wildfire. Evil. The type of wickedness you cannot imagine it is there in Nigeria. And do you know what? This social media is exposing Nigeria more than you think. All these things, everything you put inside social media, foreigners are watching it. Do you know that? It is degrading Nigerians to the lowest of the low of the low of the low. Are you hearing? Let us continue, please. Now, they say the man, they will carry him into the office to make statements. The man continues. He said, I have heard the stories of visitors to the country ending up dead, while the police invited them to their offices to clear some issues. So I eagerly gave them the $40. They gave me back my things, but when I counted my money later, $500 was missing. People that, immigration officers that are in the face of the country, that's supposed to maintain civility and probity, they are the criminals. This man is talking it because do you know thousands they do every day? What they do every day? Our mostly even Igbo boys. Do you know the ones they take and render them useless? The whole thing, any money they see on them, they take it. Do you know how? Do you know? No, these ones we are reading it because maybe he's a prominent person that can talk, and people the Nigerian Sahara reporters took it up. He's a Yoruba man. Our people that are suffering worst case scenario, some of them are being taken and killed. You don't even they will kill you and label you a criminal. They will carry one gun, put on top, say, this one, they take the cops, the dead body, they take photos, say it's a criminal. And the Nigerians start calling, this criminal, they fool everywhere, now it's good, they be killed. Nigeria never happened to you. Do you see anything that is being, any story that is being put out by Nigerian government or any Nigerian government parastatal or any institution like the police, the army, put it out before God and man? I don't regard it as anything. I regard the opposite. They bring out somebody, say he's a criminal, we kill him, he's a criminal, look at him, he carry gun, look at the gun. He's foul. Nigeria is a criminal country with criminal institutions. Complete. We are seeing it every day. It happened to this man. Don't worry, let me continue fast. After this encounter with the immigration officers, he said that the sports utility vehicle, that is SUV driver, drove him to the Festac My 2 motor park, where another driver he had hired to take him to Ile-Ife was waiting. Yes, going to Ile-Ife. The Yoruba man. You know some of all these names of people in Ile-Ife. Some of them can resemble even Igbo name or Biafra name. Anyhow, he's going. So he's a Yoruba man, complete. He continued. My 2 suitcases were on the floor at the My 2 Festac car park in public, right under the large gate to Festac. I was narrating my ordeal in the hands of immigration to my driver when 3 gun-tottling police officers appeared. Another set of animals, lower Neanderthals, they come. I say, in Somalia, you cannot even experience this type of thing. In Somalia, this type of thing, you cannot experience it. The type of animals that Britain created in the form of Nigeria or Nigerians. Oh, Chineke kwena ihe ọjọọ. Oh, Chineke. If we don't destroy this country, this place called Nigeria, in the coming years, it will be something out of this planet Earth. I am telling you. Britain is experimenting with black people in the name of Nigeria. He experimented and he continues experimenting. When they see, I read or hear all these things, they smile. This is our creation. As long as oil is flowing, they continue supporting it, making sure that Nigeria remains together. Do you see man's inhumanity to man? Do you see? Okay. Now, he said, I was narrating my ordeal in the hands of the immigration to my driver when 3 gun-toting police officers appeared. They carried some deadly-looking AK-47. You know, I love the way the man described it. Deadly-looking AK-47. You know how many people, how many innocent people, all these AK-47 that they carry. You know how many people each one has killed? How many innocent people they have killed? He saw it, and deadly looking AK-47s. They wanted to see the content of my bags in a motopaco. A pass-through immigrant. Now it's inside the town. They want to see the content because they are assuring that the immigration of officials in the border, they are non-entities. And you see, customs, they don't know their job. So it's inside the town now. They see somebody with luggage, and now they come. When these people are acting before God and man, Nigerian police, if you see them, that's why, you know, they don't have no prestige, nothing. As a Nigerian, if you are complaining, hey, the Indian police is discriminating upon us. So, I'm a Nigerian. Indian police, they are not treating us. I want to use the F word, but I'm on public. I'm talking to the public. Why not they kill, as a Nigerian, you kill them, because that is how they behave. Nigerians, they are evil. It's an evil entity. It's an evil entity. You don't, any person that answers a Nigerian anywhere, you don't need any respect. You don't need any pity. Because even in his own country, they kill him like a rat. A rat. By Nigerian police or military. They don't care. They kill you. They can kill you in Nigeria. Nigerian police can kill you for just 10,000 naira they see in your pocket. They cock gun and shoot you and you die. You won't pay. Why do you die? Because you're a Nigerian. That's it. You are in that hellhole. You are from that place. That God-forsaken place called Nigeria. You see? Okay. Now, let me continue. As they searched the bags, they came upon the money I brought from the US. I introduced myself to them as a professor at the University of Texas, Austin. They asked for identification. I gave them my driving license. The university issued ID card, my US passport, and my Nigerian passport. That is where I made mistake. You shouldn't carry Nigerian passport. Once you know, somebody maybe he thought that maybe it was in America, if you want to listen to news, tune into NTA. You see how people are praising Nigeria. Now you use that and start going back. You don't know. You don't supposed to even carry Nigerian passport. Only that American passport it cover you even more than anything. The Nigerian passport, they say, it's a Nigerian. Oh, and they don't care. They don't care about. They can kill you and nothing will happen. They will say you are a terrorist. Before you know, they can give you he's a kidnapper, he's a armed robber. They took them from me, all his papers. By that time, about 10 police officers had descended upon about 10 police officers on one person. Because when you're on a deal, everybody want to be a partaker. No person want to be told the story now after everything. Only $300 we collect from them. No, they want to be partaker. That's why all of them gather. Police, country police, Nigerian police. You don't see this. I say no country in the world. You don't see this. They are behaving like this to their citizens. Nah. Even if they deal with foreigners, their citizens, they handle the citizen like an egg. But in Nigeria, the opposite is the case. Citizens, they kill you like you see like a cockroach. You are nothing. Okay, let me continue. By that time, 10 police officers had descended upon me. Also listening, we are some Igbo guys hanging out at the motor park. Before you could say, Kilode, the police officers searched me thoroughly inside the park in my tool. They then started searching my bag. They found that my suitcase contains my personal effects. They were interested in a pair of shorts, which they said looked like a camouflage short. They pulled out the shorts. Then there was a sculpture that I made, which they said was juju. They then decided to seize my suitcase, hand luggage, ID cards, and all my money. So now, even if it's juju, so it's now a crime. Do you see why I talk about freedom, both to religion? That is freedom of religion. But now, if you carry juju, for the Nigerian police, is a crime. You're a criminal. Do you see profiling? People that are talking about religious freedom, they don't know, they cannot see this. They don't talk about this. It's normal. For them, it's normal. But they don't know that normally, everybody you want to carry a juju, that is your problem. That is real freedom of worship in a country. They saw a sculpture, something the man made. He said in a juju, which means, juju now, it have turned into a crime. Abi? When people that are against all this, when they are seeing this, they are happy. But when you come talk anything again, they say no, leave me. It's the freedom of worship. You see, the hypocrisy of Nigerians are stinking. Only shishi. Their hypocrisy is stinking. They profile somebody before they talk about justice or fight for somebody. They will look at the person. Oh, is it one of us? Is it this? Is it that? Before they start talking against the evil that is being perpetrated against the person. It's the worst thing that has happened. This is one thing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu broke in our head. You remove it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, in Kuje prison, he fought for Boko Haram suspects. Do you know what is Boko Haram suspects? If it is some of us, you say, nah, it serves you well, stay there and die. But no, because injustice is injustice. And fighting for justice is what brings genuine peace. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he have the key. Some of you, when you hear, oh, he carried you, kill him now. I beg. Now them they say, now them they spoil here. Now you have profiled it. You don't but you are clamoring for freedom of worship. When Boko Haram will throw bomb and kill, slaughter people in the church, now you start crying. But when police will detain and criminalize somebody carrying anything they call juju in his body, you are happy. Look, can you look at yourself? You know IPOB, that is why we are different. IPOB, we are simply different. We fight injustice. We fight for justice for all, even for our enemy. We fight for justice for our enemy because we don't make a gap or put a block. Say no, it's an enemy. Let injustice take him. No, because when you allow injustice to even affect your enemy, it will come back to you. That is one thing we learn from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So that when you see some things, you reason. You don't judge things out of your personal emotion. You categorize everybody. Now you want, what is their right? Is it against the Nigerian law? The answer is no. But for you, you are happy. Internally, you are happy. But when it comes against your own a bit, touches you, say, no, live on the freedom of worship. You start quoting freedom of worship. How hypocritical and evil and wicked you are. If you are hearing me, how? Condemn evil. It doesn't. Even if a demon is suffering, from injustice, fight for that demon. Say no. Injustice is something. Justice is universal. It's something unique. It's for everybody. You understand? You shouldn't support it even if it is happening to your enemy. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, do you listen to Radio Biafra at all? Do you listen to the teachings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu right from time? He said, even you see Almajiri suffering injustice, we are against it. If we see the person, we fight against that injustice. Because that is who we are. It's our creed. It's our mantra. It's our character. That is why we always say that we are whiter than white and whiter than snow. So, but when you read through this place, you will just bypass it. Say, nah, I carry you now. So why? Now, so may I arrest now, boya, a support yeah. And when you come to your side, you start clamoring for now freedom of worship. Now leave me my own thing. But when you see another person's thing, you categorize it, profile it. No, I won't allow them. Oh. I suppose honestly speaking, we're supposed to be wise. Listen to Radio Biafra and be wise. Not your sentiment. Your sentiment is nothing. Don't follow your sentiments. Follow wisdom. No, that is, we are in the era of knowledge. Try to know. Anything we teach, you go and make it. I don't tell you believe. We are unbelievers. I am an unbeliever. Go and make research to know. Learn to know. Don't believe. No. Try to know. Because the era of belief is gone. We are in the era of knowing. Okay. He said they pulled out the shots. Then there was a sculptor. Okay, I've read it. They said I had to follow them to the police station again. At this point, a sizable crowd of some 50 people had gathered. One of them with an obvious Igbo accent said, you can see he is a professor from abroad. He has given you several ID cards, including his passport. Wait till you define again. It was like a signal to the others who began shouting, you want kill him? You people are thieves, so highway robbers, so it can never happen. On our don't see money, on our eyes don't open. Before you can take him, just kill all of us. Do you see what it means to be Igbo? Do you see the original character of Igbo people? We don't care who you are. Our natural instinct is that is how we are created. We don't support injustice. We fight for justice even for our enemies. It is something natural in us. It is only Nigeria that is trying to recreate us with the propaganda they put. Igbos are bad people. Igbos hate this. Igbos look at this man. They are protecting a Yoruba man with their lives. And you know the meaning of Igwebike? If it's one person, the police people, they will outnumber him. But the gathers, their orders come, oh yeah, kill all of us now. And they cannot. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu used to tell us that we outnumber them, they only intimidate us with one AK-47. You see thousands of people running. Without a sacrifice, there will be no prize. Do you understand me? How many people will they kill? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, how many? But who are you talking to? Is it dead bodies? Dead bodies, zombies you are talking to. Stone cold dead bodies you are talking to. You can't raise them. It's only Biafra that can resuscitate us. That is it. Do you see how Igwebike? These people, the man said the Igbo youths. I say, how I know that this man is a Yoruba? One of the main reasons, his name number one, and the way he's talking. He called the Igbo youths. If he's an Igbo man, he will write Nigerian youths, because they are afraid to mention even an Igbo man Igbo Nigerian is even afraid of speaking Igbo with his fellow Igbo person, even in office in Abuja. He's afraid to make himself known as Igbo man to his own brother. Then talk less of writing Igbo youths. No, he will say Nigerian youths to be called a detribalized person. Ndiara. That's why we are suffering. But we learn the hard way. We are learning the hard way anyway. Now, they formed a tight buffer zone between the police officers and me. Two of them jumped into the police vehicle and dragged out my bags from the vehicle. They accosted the one who held the wallet containing my ID and my money, shouting, "You better give him back his wallet and money now. Otherwise, wahala will burst. Another said, we will not let you take him to the police station to kill him like you always kill international visitors. Do you see? They know. Do you see? Nigerian police is a killer of our citizens. Once they tell you, come, we'll carry you to the station. If they see money in your hand on the way, they drive you, go somewhere, kill you and throw you inside the bush or inside the water. Direct. I listened to Nonsonkwa the other day in his news. Even I played it, but it didn't reach to that extent where he said something I want to say now. That I think is in part of Owerri or in Mbise somehow. In one village, they saw somebody that went into the bush to pick either wood or pick something. Saw dead body, a boy with a dead body with a bullet wound on the chest. He rushed out and called people. The community gathered and they called the police. They call the police to come. They make a report of what happened. Look, there is a dead body in our bush with a bullet wound. Please come. Do you know what the policeman? In another day, I will play that voice of Nonsonkwa. Many of you must have heard it. Do you know what the police said? Police opened their mouth and phone say, you have to bring ambulance. He started reading to them what Nigerian police in Imo. You have to bring ambulance. Now pay 60,000 naira. You must pay it, otherwise we will come and arrest all the villagers. We will tell you that you are the people that killed that man. Do you see how they frame us? How they frame up Biafrans everywhere in Nigeria? How the Nigerian police is acting? And they become that's why when I don't blame even people in Nigeria. When they see any person that no one problem, or they go. Because otherwise, the police, they will try to suck you that is a good Samaritan. They will try to, intimidate you, collect money from you. Otherwise, they pin that problem on you and you go to jail, even die for nothing. Do you see how evil is running in Nigeria with their religiosity? Everywhere is evil. One pastor in Nigeria told me that, look, my brother, every one of us, every Nigerian is a criminal. Whether you're a pastor, whether you're imam, whether you are from top, number one, Tinubu to the last person. It doesn't matter. Everybody is a criminal. He told me, pump and plain. He said, because without criminality, you cannot survive in Nigeria. You cannot make anything in Nigeria without criminality. So spare me all these religious people that are religious. These are rubbish. Everybody is a criminal in Nigeria, whether you believe it or not, whether you like it or not. Everybody is acting. You must engage in one type of criminality. In Nigeria, there are things you don't even see as a criminal act. But when you travel outside, you start seeing yourself that you are rotten. That thing, as long as you have prayed 5 times as a Muslim, now you think you are sent. But you engage in criminal activity without knowing it. Many things, your daily life is encompassed with criminality in Nigeria because the system is a criminal system. So how will you escape it? Do you remember when I used to tell everybody that is hearing me that, look, if there is a hellfire, as long as that name Nigeria, as a Nigerian, you are condemned to hellfire. Direct. Don't talk about any other thing. Oh, you're a Nigerian, hellfire, direct. He has condemned you. People think that it's a joke. It's a reality. Because everybody is engaged in criminality. Everybody. From president to the last person. On criminality. You have to commit in order to live, to survive in Nigeria. Otherwise you can't. You can't. So spare me all this religiosity, please. Spare me that. Now let me continue. The thing is, let me continue. But I want you to understand what I'm saying. I'm talking about genuine peace. How can you have a genuine peace in a place where the police are killers of the citizens? How do you have a genuine peace? And you want all of them are with the AK-47 that they cannot produce. Different forces. The civil defense, all with you see baboons with big guns. How do you think that you have genuine peace? Genuine peace is the byproduct of equal right and justice. That is the only thing. As Peter Tosh sang, everybody is shouting for peace. But none is shouting for, none is talking about justice. He said, give me no peace. I don't need any peace. Give me equal right and justice. Finish. Now that peace you are talking, it will just come. It's a byproduct. So it's not the end. Or the means to an end. Is that the end? The means to that end is equal right and justice. Now you get peace as a byproduct. Chicken. Okay, let me continue. In a matter of moment, about 100 Igbo boys emerged from Tin A and surrounded us. The police officers saw they were clearly outnumbered. You see that with their gun, they were clearly outnumbered by these Igbo motopack boys. They threatened to shoot. These Igbo boys stood their ground, daring the police officers to kill them. Oh yeah, now they say, Shebi, you say you get an AK-47, kill us now. And then you can take him, but you are not taking him if we are still alive. Do you see what is standing Gidebom? You see that? Though some of the police officers appear to cock their rifles, the Igbo guys only squeeze tighter around me. The police officers slapped me, some of the Igbo guys near them. But their ring of protection around me did not break. It only got tighter as the guys were yelling and daring the officers to kill them. I was scared. The police officers realized that the situation was clearly beyond what they envisaged. They had imagined I was alone and nobody would rise to my defense. Do you see the impunity the Nigerian government is? I mean the police, the military. Because once they get somebody, others behave as if it doesn't concern them. And that is why they put separation in our midst. If you want to react, they say, does it concern you? Even they will slap you for you to run. Don't defend your brother. Don't defend any person. Just fight his heavenly race. Go your own thing. That thing gives them power in order to be taking everybody one by one. In our place, you see, two police officers will be killed. Nigerian criminal police will be beating somebody. Others will be watching. Wow, what did this man do? From far off, thousands of people will gather from far off. No person will do anything. Do you see how it will be? You understand? Do you see it? Let me conclude it. Inside their vehicles and drove off to save face, their tails curled behind their brocos. I recall the traumatic moment I left the country in 1992. That's why, and swore, if you see me in this godforsaken country again, cut off my neck. Do you see the solution of a black man? Do you see a Nigerian man's solution? He run away. Say, I'm not coming back again. Let all of us die. And that is his own solution. But IPOB, we say no. It's our land. We are leaving it to nobody. We stand the Gidibam. That is it. That is who we are. You might be thinking that, he's talking, but it will happen. This is a solution. He run to where already made. He will not even stay there, be fighting in his capacity against that place, that God. So he call it a God-forsaken country. Now, that kind of person, do you think that Americans can give him respect? The decision he has taken. No, I will not come back again. And he is not fighting. He is not doing anything. Instead, he starts living his life until the day he dies. Do you see the solution of black man? Not fighting, running away from danger. Do you see that? Obviously the country has fallen much lower since then and is now a danger zone in which men in uniforms of all descriptions, immigrations, customs, police, vehicle inspection officers and other wearing uniforms, difficult to identify or define. I say uniformed men everywhere. They have all taken over the country and made it difficult for citizens to enjoy or even just subsist in their own country. When good people run away, evil people take over. But it is time to fight back. That is what IPOB is doing. When evil people, everybody run away, you think is the solution. What do you call it? It's temporary solution for that moment, so that you live your life quietly wherever you are. But it's not permanent. Don't you see what Israel is fighting today? They were displaced from their place, if that is their place really, and for thousands of years, and now they have to come back to fight. We should be wise. Now let me continue. In 1984, remember I'm talking about genuine peace. In 1980s, and now they have to come back to fight. We should be wise. Now let me continue. In 1984, remember I'm talking about genuine peace. In 1980s, and now they have to come back to fight. We should be wise. Now let me continue. In 1984, remember I'm talking about genuine peace. In 1980s, and now they have to come back to fight. We should be wise. Now let me continue. In 1984, remember I'm talking about genuine peace. In 1980s, and now they have to come back to fight. We should be wise. Now let me continue. In 1984, remember I'm talking about genuine peace. In 1980s, and now they have to come back to fight. We should be wise. Now let me continue. In 1984, remember I'm talking about genuine peace. In 1980s, and now they have to come back to fight. We should be wise. Now let me continue. In 1984, remember I'm talking about genuine peace. In 1980s, and now they have to come back to fight. We should be wise. Now let me continue. In 1984, remember I'm talking about genuine peace. In 1980s, and now they have to come back to fight. We should be wise. Now let me continue. In 1984, remember I'm talking about genuine peace. In 1980s, and now they have to come back to fight. We should be wise. Now let me continue. In 1984, remember I'm talking about genuine peace. In 1980s, I don't know. Sometimes all these things can happen, but I believe that my voice is back. I believe so. I think so. I think so. I think that my voice is back. It's no more repeating. Let me check, please. Bear with me. Sometimes all these things can happen. It is part of what we are doing. Let me check on IPOB Community Radio whether my voice is still repeating. I don't know. I don't know why my this thing is blank. My dashboard. Okay, I think yes. I think I'm coming out clear now. I think I'm coming out clear. So, as I was saying, remember I'm talking about genuine peace, where people are professing in mouth peace, 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 but it's not like that. Peace, genuine peace is just a byproduct of equal rights and justice. As I was saying, in 1984, the United Nations adopted the Declaration on the Right of Peoples to Peace. This declaration proclaims that the peoples of our planet have a sacred right to peace, and that preservation of peace is fundamental obligation of each state. Peace, which is the essence of man's life in society and the substance of the relations between states, constitutes the highest value of mankind, provided that it is genuine and just peace. Do you know what it means? Do you know what this place is saying? That peace, people have the right to peace. United Nations in 1984 adopted a declaration on the right of peoples to peace. Do you understand? That peace is the essence of man's life in a society and the substance of the relations between states. Do you understand? Is the essence. Because without peace, a human being, you cannot operate properly. Just like in Nigeria. Look at Nigeria. I think how many, whether they say 75 or 65 or 75% of Nigerians are mad. They have mental problems. And people think it's lie. It's true. Because no peace, stress, everybody is, a country where 65 or 75% have mental problem. Don't it make you to shiver? Look at this gentleman that came from America. Now they made, he thought that Nigeria is like any other country. He want to just move. You don't have freedom of movement. And you can be, anything could be put on your head at any time by the Nigerian police or military. That you're a criminal. That's why if you anytime whenever I see people fearing some things on WhatsApp, oh, this is a criminal, Nigerian police killed him, they say he's a criminal, they put a gun, and you see you are very fast to comment. Know that these are evil, wicked liars, homo sapiens from I don't know, heaven knows where we are from. A horrible entity Britain created that is traumatizing everybody, turning people into another type of species of animals on this planet Earth. That is Nigerians, for your information. But in this declaration, is this declaration promptly implemented? The answer is no. The example is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a British citizen who was kidnapped from Kenya, abducted from Kenya to Nigeria with the total support of Britain. And these are people that United Nations that adopted the Declaration of the Right of Peoples to Peace. Do you see that? Britain, who is championing democracy, championing equal rights and justice, their citizen Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been illegally kidnapped, renditioned from Kenya to Nigeria. And they are playing politics. It is them, M1Cs, that plan the hotel. My goodness, this world. Remember, genuine peace consists of internal tranquility within a state, based upon the recognition, guarantee, and strict observance of the basic human rights of all individuals living in such state. Do you understand? Basic human right. Does Nigeria have any human right? Who are you? Do they see you as a human being? Talk less of giving you human right. So, what I'm saying, we should never be shouting or begging for peace, because genuine peace is simply the byproduct of implementation of human equal rights and justice. That is genuine peace. And tomorrow we are going to also watch what Britain created, what they are going to do about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the creation of Britain. Look at Nigerian election, all are decided in the court now. I read one news headline. He said that they should probe judges that are judging political issues in Nigeria. The corrupt judges. I laugh. I say, where will you start in Nigeria? Now, whenever there is election, everybody now dokara. Judges know that it is time for them to make money. Do you understand? Do you remember what our lawyer Ejiofor said last time on Radio Biafra? That after the election, the people they hired him there. We are calling him to come. Now time of money have come. Come and make money, defend us, bring this and that, bring something that people are making a hell of money. But he said no. Because that is Nigeria for you. When they see politicians are duping, they are scamming, looting everywhere. Now the judge is saying, nah, you have to give us lawyers to you have to give them every facet of Nigerians. Only the peasants are suffering. These peasants, if you tell them to rise up and do something, pursue all these elites, they tell you, say no, they will manipulate them and say them, it's Igbo man, no, that you want to do Igbo man bidding, you want to spoil Nigeria, you want Nigeria divided, but is Nigeria traumatizing you? I will stop here, please, so that I will go into few minutes break and open the line just for 1 or 2 calls, because I will also read IPOB press release. Tomorrow is the D-Day. So please, I will go into few minutes break so that when I come back, I will open the lines just for few calls. I will take only few calls for people, just few calls before I call it a quit. Therefore, please do not go away. I'll be right back.
Igbos in Nigeria, 73% said sometimes or always they were treated unfairly by the government. This is last year. This is the highest rate of any ethnic group surveyed in Africa. In their view, they are sometimes or always treated unfairly by the government.
So it's issue of injustice?
It is a deep grievance, and it's a disconnect from the Nigeria project, as was mentioned earlier. And I mentioned that number just to underscore the underlying grievance that has to be addressed. So amnesty is potentially part of a package, but the disconnect has to be addressed, and the Southeast is a core pillar of the Nigeria project. It comes back to the discussion of its importance. So all of these issues that are being discussed are inherently political. They're being seen through a political lens. For example, infrastructure, development. The grievance is, you have a very productive region that is exporting not just to Nigeria, but internationally. You have, I think, Imo and Anambra are number 4 and number 6 for GDP in Nigeria, and that was in 2021, which was a very violent year. So even amidst the violence, three of the 5 states in Southeast are in the top 12 for GDP per capita, yet there's no seaport. The bridges are not good, the roads are not good. So it is a development and infrastructure issue, but it's seen through a political lens as a political grievance. The same with security, which is you have significant deployment of security forces, yet the perception is the DPOs are not from Southeast, many of the officers are not from Southeast, they are not necessarily well-versed in the local context, and so they're not performing the role of community security in a way that they or other communities would expect. So that's a security issue, yes, but it's also perceived through a political lens, and it's the same with federal appointments and involvement in governance. So these are development, these are policy, these are economic issues, but they're seen through a broader political lens that they're not being kind of fairly adjudicated. And I think that's really important to underscore. So amnesty as part of a package may be a solution, but the underlying grievances have to be addressed with an understanding of the political perception, how the infrastructure problems, how the economic problems, how the security issues are perceived politically, and what it means to have a more representative involvement in those efforts from a Southeast perspective. Yes, it has to be a multi-stakeholder approach. The sensitive issues have to be addressed, and there needs to be involvement of the key stakeholders as this initiative is doing. That being said, in contexts like this, you might not move everybody over. You might not convince everybody. But where you make a serious effort and where you provide legitimate avenues, you will see a significant reduction in popular grievance that draws down support for extremism and makes it very difficult to operate. So a multi-stakeholder approach doesn't immediately solve all the problems, but it changes the trajectory, and it moves a lot of the public into using or trying to use the legitimate mechanisms again, as opposed to staying on the sidelines or even supporting extremist activity. So it's where you need to start, and it's the direction that you need to go.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra land. And we are here live and direct. Today is the 14th day of December 2023. Our lines are now open, but you see this clip I put, I've watched it several times. I'm just watching the people. It's there on the social media, even in my timeline. Scroll down, Jonas Raphael on Facebook. You see how a foreigner is teaching Igbo red capped and so-called intellectuals or intellectuals, teaching them the problem they have, their problem. Do you see how black man have been relegated to nothingness? A white man started teaching them how the cause of the insecurity, the cause of the problems, the cause of disenchantments of our people, in the cause of disenchantments in our land, in Igbo land, is a lack of infrastructure, lack of that our people are feeling discriminated because of things that they know. Honestly, a white man teaching them, like how much they stood there watching. Some bend their head in shame. But look at something they cannot. Every time you see Igbo man, Igbo elite, Igbo Hanezendi, Igbo politicians, hey, Nigeria is good. We have to make it good. We have to make it work. They are afraid to talk about the problems we are having in our own land. That is the reason why they abducted Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The reason why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is suffering for us, for our land. Igbo man, Igbo politicians don't talk about it. Then they made statistics. Random statistics on the road. They saw that Igbo youths, Igbo people, they are really disenchanted. They feel disenfranchised from the Nigeria project. And it is the highest pay race in Africa that they have encountered. You see in Igbo, very wicked souls. People that are not supposed to even exist. They are watching Onyocha from far away, thousands of kilometers, come and start telling them the problems why our people are having problem. The feelings of our people. Something they supposed to be at the on top, purveying to the world. Now, don't you see that I say that we are primitive set of people? Don't you see that? Somebody will tell me now he's representing amnesty. This is something that town hall meetings every time should be held everywhere in Igbo land. All these elites should be, telling people everywhere around the world, telling to whom it may concern, this is our problem. This is our problem in Nigeria. But every time it is these same people that this man is coaching of their problem in their own land that is coming to now. Tinubu like us. He love Ndi Igbo. Don't see when the other day I play was the clip he was saying. Don't you see? I will love Ndi Igbo. Some people say he don't love Ndi Igbo. That is the mantra they continue. People that are supposed to be wiped off our land. Chineke. Our lines are now open. People are calling already. Our direct line as usual. +1 213 328 6224. +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line +61 405 142 547. I will receive just people are already calling everywhere, please. +61 405 142 547. I have a first caller, Mazi. Mazi Hugo, can you hear me? Are you there? Please indicate. Just hold on, please. Let me connect you. Hold on. Ndi Igbo na-ala mmadụ n'iyi ịgwa gị eziokwu. Sometimes some Igbo elites a na-emebe ochi mmadụ ike, but we must continue. Mazi, go on, please. Mazi Hugo.
Yes, Mazi, am I coming out clear now?
You are. Please go on. You are.
Thank you very much, my big brother Mazi Jonathan. I salute you for the good job that you are doing. I say, okay, continue to protect you, give you good health. That's what we are asking, and all our presenters. As Onion Dume, Ndebo continue to protect him. Ndebo Obihadocha continue to guide and protect him, and the DOS, HADOS, and all the principal officers and IPOB at large. I salute you from the bottom of my heart. This is your brother calling you from the country that killed 7.2 million of innocent Biafrans. And they will never know peace. It doesn't matter what anybody think about us. We must continue to make sure that we get our freedom. And when is the question? If you think that if we have any other, why are we convening here? To show you that we have no job. What we need now is our freedom, so that we can go home. If you want to stay in Europe, you can stay. If this code, if actually this code is your weather, then you stay. But it's not my weather. Mazi, let me come the reason why I called this evening. One is Nigeria must to release Nnamdi tomorrow. We are not begging them. We are not making any threats. We are just asking them, release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. As number, this Nigeria you are seeing. It pains me when sometimes when I look at other channels, some Igbo people, when they call the channel, they say, God bless Nigeria. In my heart, in my soul, if I have the opportunity to terminate that idiot, that I will. Chuko Kabiama know that I will, but I don't have the power. But the power I have is to make sure that I come here and talk to my people that look at the problem we are facing. I educate them, and anywhere I see that they are, against my people, I will call in that station, except I'm not with my gadget. And anywhere I see they are diverting the attention of our people, like all these criminals that Britain float up to come and destroy us. I will make sure that I come in there and tell them they are liars. Mazi, this, like as you put it, believe you me, this is the reason why I call two things, Onnyendu and this tape that you play. Now, if you're an Igbo man, now listening to my voice, you see that tape, Mazi, the day I watch that tape, if you're not ashamed as an Igbo, this I know that Biafra's IPOB that have been trained by Onnyendu, I know that you are clever. I am not taking away from you. I know that you are clever. The clever one, so if you look at that clip, like Mazi Jonathan said, a white man from somewhere far away across ocean came in a town hall telling you what is happening in your backyard, the way they treat you, the way they do you. Look at what is happening to you. But do you know that the painful part of it is the same thing this man is crying, is talking here in press conference, in town hall meeting. This is what Onnyendu is crying for. All this why? All the same thing. Onnyendu was lamenting. All this why? What do you think Onnyendu is crying for? All this why? The same thing this man was saying here. And you know I don't know how to. Do you know the worst part of it is that there's a time that Onnyendu was telling us that when this foreign body came to Biafra land, they will meet Ohanese, they will meet this governor. When they ask them, at least some of us have heard Onnyendu say it in this platform. What is the problem with your people? What is your people? Can you talk to us? What is your people? They will tell them, oh, they're nothing. They're just, it's nothing. Mazi, I don't know if you hear it from Onion Duma.
Of course,
in this
but
platform.
do you know, Mazi, do you know,
Okay.
now, Oyibo have come using his hand, go to our people in the street and ask, and found out things by himself. Now, ironically, it is Oyibo man that is now coming to, in a town hall meeting, as you said, telling our people, our own, these people that used to tell them, no problem, telling them, no, there is problem. Look, Mazi, how do you describe this type of people? Mazi, it beats my understanding. Go on, please.
Yes, Mazi, that is the reason. This tape makes me cry. This tape remind me of our people to start having the mind of suicidal. There is nothing wrong with me in belt. Any Igbo politician, a go buyer. Oh, actually, our people made the mind of
suicidal. When he had the wrong, he may go with direct. Yes, and the 7 wedding. Nkonya how 200 virgins. He may job. He go with direct.
Do you know that our people can even more than in our people can hear very, very well. Our people can hear. The worst part of Buna, this tape, I cry when I listen to this tape. The same thing, this foreign body in Abia, I have had my cry. Even at the last one, he mentioned, if I can remember vividly, he mentioned that there is a way he put it that they will make sure that these people did not go to these Igbo governors and Ohanese again to ask them what is the problem of their people. If I could, he said something like that these people will come, they will go to these people instead of them to table the matter. Look at what their people are facing, the type of horrible things they will tell them, oh, they are just children, it's nothing, it's just these Igbo politicians. I swear to God, these Igbo politicians in our land, can people handle Igbo? They just be Igbo them. These people are not our people. I've been shouting it to the here waiting. The best thing in Ghana, I these people is to kill them. I am saying it in this radio. Our people, Mazi, hi, Chineke. It's a shame.
There Caller on direct line, welcome to the program. Please go on. Can you hear me?
Chinedu, good evening. Am I coming out there?
You are, please, you are.
Yes. First of all, I am Amechi from Canada. I want to thank you for your effort, constantly hammering the word into our people. First of all, release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is non-negotiable. Just like the last caller said, we are not giving Nigeria conditions. We are not begging them. But anything that rise up as a result of their failure to release it, they should have themselves to be blamed. I listened to that clip you played just before you started taking calls about that white man's speech. Because if the so-called Igbo elite are sitting down somewhere listening to that man, they should cover themselves in shame. Because somebody from far away, a different continent, that then a man alive in a man at Southeast, about the GDP, about the cost of failure, about that despite the fact that there is poor infrastructure, some states in Southeast is still on top of the GDP with no seaport. And some movies are sitting down there listening to that man, analyzing that thing. Mazi, what I am attributing what is happening to our fathers, our present day fathers, to a what I call post-war trauma. Because I believe that so many of them are still scared because of the defeat in that genocidal war that they call civil war. The reason I'm saying this, Mazi, I have an uncle in in US. I have an uncle in US. He was a Biafra military soldier. He fought the war. He fought the war very well. The other day he explained to me the day he thought he would have died. That what saved him, because the Egyptian flight were looking for the frontline military, and the flight came so close, looking to shoot to eliminate everybody. He hid behind Obaka tree, so he participated in the war. But guess what? Anytime we're having conversation, if I mention IPOB, if I mention restoration of Biafra, it stings him like a scorpion. He gets so upset. I say, why are you angry? He said, no, that is not possible. Let us move forward as one Nigeria. I said, no, your generation has tried and failed. Leave our own to do our own. So I call it a post-war trauma, because so many of them are so scared of revisiting that thing that got them defeated. This generation of IPOB, the way I'm seeing it, is the generation that will restore that Biafra. And the emancipation is just starting. Even if you look at social media, if you look at the way people are revolting against this religion, the way people are revolting against the status quo, you will know that even if we decide, our generation decide to relax, the younger generation will be more radical than us now. I will end my call with one quotation you made. There will be no peace without equal rights and justice. Mazi, I want to leave it here. Thank you so much, brother.
Mazi. Thank you very much. We must continue. Sorry. Caller on, let me see. Who has been there? Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Unmute yourself, please. Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Are you there, please? Unmute yourself.
Okay, Mazi. Mazi, am I coming out clear?
Mazi, go on. You are, please.
Hello?
Yes, Mazi, go on, please. You are coming out clear. Go on, please. Go on.
Okay, Mazi. But my diagram, Chineke. Mazi, I still remain also as Yokubondo, known as Unstoppable Sibe. Mazi, I will greet all Biafrans all over the world. Mazi, the only thing I have to say here, in my own point of view, is this. You know that I like what you say in the beginning. Our people are so emotional. They need something that will be motivated. That fifth. Even that time when we are in the church, when Paul would be making preaching, after making alcohol, you will see us shedding tears, praying, crying. Immediately you come out from that church, you go to your girlfriend house or your boyfriend house. That section of that you be there in the church. Even he will know you. He will carry that salvation across the gutter of that premises of the church. This is how our people eat. That's why they are doing this. Even because they do not even have Nnamdi, and none of them can be able to memorize and how to remember, not to think, not to reason. But today, I thank you, Koki. That van, you remember that van, they used to come out. Mazi, we must get that from. Even in here I'm now, I am in SI. I'm not making any other statement that will make somebody to pity me. Don't pity me, because this is what we are looking for. Without being in that, I will be seeing that we are playing, we are joking. Anybody who is fighting for the freedom, either in the grave or in SI or in the prison,
These are the three things waiting for you. Anybody who are serious to work for this Biafra restoration, you must. You is a must, because this, as I am talking about, is my own brothers, my own sisters. They are the one pointing hand. But we are not relating. But we get Biafra, and Biafra remain our ultimate goal. That is what we get. Mazi, I appealed to what you told me. I have put you in the Biafra restaurant forum. At least, anytime we don't have that to link with you direct, because in Abia State, Radio Biafra is not. We are not enjoying it, except we have that we can be able to listen to broadcasts online, whereby radio, IPOB community radio. If we don't have data, we can't make any. People are wallowing in darkness because they can't hear from the Radio Biafra. The little one that I used to, Mazi, anytime he broadcast, he bring it to the Biafra Restoration Discourse. From there, we'll be playing it for them. They'll be rejoicing. So please, if others radio presenters can help us to be doing so, we will be glad. At least our brothers do in that place. When you have data, you can upload it and listen to it on your covenant time. Mazi, I agree with you. I thank you so much for accepting our appeal to you. And the rest of you. Almost say Biafra. From there, I still remember
thank you very much. I do understand. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on signal.
Yes, Mazi, Jonathan.
Mazi.
Good evening, sir. Mazi, my name is Mazi Fine. Mazi Fine, calling from his location. Mazi, it's true that tomorrow is the D-Day, and we are not begging the zoo. We are not begging Nigeria government to release our leader, and also we are not shaking. But one thing is certain: if Nigeria want to preserve their prestige, if Nigeria still want to be more relevant before the international community, before the world, let them do the needful. Our leader, Mazi Nnamdi, is innocent. He did not commit any crime. He is a freedom fighter. He's not a politician. The evil politicians, those are our elite that always stealing our money, and they went to other country to bank them. Our leader is not. Mazi, don't mind where I am. I'm on the ground. We are not fearing any bagger. And we are resolute. We are whiter and whiter than slow. But what I'm telling them, they must do the needful. Supreme Court must preserve the image of the zoo by doing the needful and release our leader. And the failure to do so, whatever is the consequence, they will not carry it on their own. I know that tomorrow we are in a high spirit and a high expectation. That's how it's supposed to be. But let our people not panic. Let us not shake. The Chukwuka Abiyama is on control. He must do what he promised our leader. He promised our leader something, and the Chukwuka Abiyama is going to fulfill it, whether good or bad. Mazi, thank you for your program. We are not going back until freedom is total. We restore our freedom and get our nation back. Thank you. Good night from here.
Mazi.
May God bless.
And you too. When people say going back, I wonder where is the back, Seth? Where is the back? We don't even have any back. So it's a one-way train we are in. So that's it. We must continue. Caller on WhatsApp, Mazi. Is it Chinedu Obiuku? Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. You'll be the last caller. Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp, Mazi Obiuku. Can you hear me? scholar on WhatsApp, Mazi Obiuku. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening, Mazi Jonathan. Good evening, my Chuko Kada, bless you. My name is Mazi Chinedu Obiuku. I'm calling from my location in the zoo. Mazi, all over in Abuja, Meduguri, Kaduna, Kanu, Nigeria, tomorrow is the D-Day. One thing, he will take one thing tomorrow, Nigeria. Neither you take peace or Mazi Chinedu, may Elohim bless you. For your teaching this evening, Mazi, we bring the arrest for the Israel no more America. Or for the Meneswana, Mazi Mokone, when the America Meneswana, Mohammed Sana, Deba, Demezai, take I say support already Biafra. Mazi Nnamdi told us that it's really white men that to go Kabia will see around Biafra. Over Mandibo, Mazi over Mandibo, Igbo people. And Kalu could also see Igbo people, that word IDB was the cost by to go Kabia. Mazi Nnamdi said it. About a million on Kuya. He's a prophet of my time. Nkemna Furubo. Over Mandibo, Mazi Ndang with a problem. Maybe a time on Andibo, but hard wicked. Yoruba to just when one day they want to be a republic. The republic or Yoruba land go. Anita would one day had you doing a lot for a lot. This so cool, but better head with the one hand okay. So then I need to get an app for a pack. Keka Sibia supporter of the Biafra. Mazonia in charge electricity and east. Over a make Mazi Megolan prepared meter. Over a make Mazi Chido Cabo aviation ministry. Oh, take a ball of it. Mazanda and the Asita. He had to go over Munhan Kuso Kunisia near Yokurugo Biafra. Mazi man and that try go to Bunan the Kalamara Chich. On there, or for the wife, for the wine, the one there are some Praho. Yes, now I support the Biafra. I think so good. You know, the boss is there for Tego. Unless I the boy down. I got no boy, is there for Tego. Mother Lena Nibo Maru, your mother Lena Nibo, Maburosi, here from Asuquari, Monday America, Abogona, one was some of them in a walk with me in a one. Some of them, yeah, property in Hana Lagos, you put over Biafra, now can you Biafra? Now, when the Arab money from Biafra or agenda of Tuko Kadama, all our these women and the Jew before. All over the world, Jews now query, that's there on this until victims of them. How I am in the Chile, all about it. Oh, go on, Nathaniel, moving Mamuru with David Dillon gone. Nathaniel, and I'm the architect. I grew everyone but that what Igbo Congress, Professor George of also offering him the point that man upon hopefully dedicated, none that's no men without shame, men without honor, men without dignity. Otega hang over Mana Hamanguzi Obara Kita, this generation of idol, Unamanguzi Obara, and I had that one I was happy. All this, people in them, what Igbo Congress, Mohanes and Igbo, this save the report. I got Borhana, Borha, what our again, a carbon, not Biafra land. Again, we do not Biafra land. How they mirror I can't handle from generation to generation. I have Pugi City bring I am not to you. But I am not Nigeria. Tomorrow is D-Day. Tomorrow is D-Day. Oyada, Oyadendo, or tomorrow. I want Kembo Kunogo, I want Kembo Kunogo, I want Kunogo, oh, we came to Rato. No. This excuse had to go to Asapa Hatching. The judge is 1 million. And we don't care to know. Martin and the Kanu was released on condition. What could the matter? Why not he put you in that time? And he put and about other place?
for this one, and Yoruba people, chameleon Yorubas, chameleon Yorubas, Yoruba. Hey, you people are going to suffer. You people are going to suffer. Yoruba. Release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu tomorrow. Mazi, may him bless you. We on ground tomorrow. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is an innocent man. Mazi, Jonathan, may him bless you. God bless you.
There we go. Thank you very much. This is where I'm going to switch off the phone lines, please. Do not call again. People are calling from everywhere. Dear friends and lovers of freedom, before I conclude, let me read the press release. There are two press releases I want to read. IPOB press release of 13th of December 2023. President Chinedu should prove he is not pursuing ethnic cleansing agenda by releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as IPOB. The global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, ably led by our supreme leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, wish to draw the attention of the Nigerian government, headed by President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, that he and his government have the opportunity to prove to Ndibo that he is not pursuing an ethnic cleansing agenda by releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from illegal detention by the DSS in the coming days, or through the pronouncement of the Apex Court of Nigeria. Ndibo at home and diaspora are waiting to welcome Mazi Nnamdi Kanu home this December for the Christmas celebration. Whether Nigeria believes it or not, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the face of Biafra and the Ndibo nation. Of this, his pens are the pens of Biafra, and his joy is the joy of Biafra. The only people who despise Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are the criminals, the kidnappers, the insecurity profiteers, the enemies of peace, and all the enemies of Biafra nation, and even Nigeria. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu controls millions of followers across the globe. His lovers and supporters will be very happy if the government of President Tinubu release him unconditionally on or before the 15th of December 2023. It will be ironic that the Nigeria President Ahmed Bola Tinubu and the Supreme Court Justice will hide under the pretense that some interested persons do not want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu released, or hide under the bogus claims of national security risk as an excuse not to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. As long as the world is concerned, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not a national security threat to Nigeria. He and IPOB have been peaceful, and that is why more than 100 nations of the world authorize the IPOB movement in their countries. More so, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has not committed any crime known to law anywhere, nor has any IPOB member been convicted of any crime in any Nigerian court. We keep reminding the Nigerian government and the international community of the consequences of condoning ethnic cleansing and persecution of Ndibo, because we call for Biafra's self-determination. The eyes of the world are on the Supreme Court Justice of Nigeria. Not only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be on trial on December 15, 2023, but the Nigerian Supreme Court, UN law on self-determination, African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and the international laws on extradition will also be on trial. The Nigeria Supreme Court will either save the Nigeria judiciary's battered image by going by the rule of law on December 15, 2023, or bend to the pressure from men of selfish interest and slide Nigeria into anarchy by endorsing illegality and keeping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in detention. More so, if President Ahmed Tinubu allows himself to be used by saying some people from the southeast advise him not to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that means he has outsourced his authority and lacks power as the president of Nigeria. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu deserves to be a free man after the Abuja Federal Court of Appeal discharged and acquitted him. The same appeal court barred the federal government of Nigeria from arresting or prosecuting him any longer in any court in Nigeria. The then lawless government refused to obey the appeal court orders. Instead, they appealed and got a black market stay of execution. We hope that the Nigeria Supreme Court we hope that Nigeria's Supreme Court justice will not ignore the government's disobedience to appeal court orders during their judgment to prove their honor and independence. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB members have never committed any crime known to law locally or internationally. The Supreme Court justice should do Nigeria and themselves a favor by releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Posterity will be kind to the justices who will do the needful and release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience. The release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will restore peace in the eastern region and give joy to Ndebo and all Biafrans. But his continuous persecution and illegal detention will further endanger the safety and security of Nigeria and in particular the entire Biafran territory. Biafrans at home and diaspora are keenly awaiting and watching the Supreme Court justices. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for the Indigenous People of Biafra. That is yesterday's press release. Now I will read today's press release, 14th of December 2023. Ignore Anambra Joint Securities blackmail. No ESN camp was raided, IPOB. And as expected, Nigeria Professional Lion Police Force started their blackmail against IPOB as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case at the Supreme Court of Nigeria is approaching this Friday. Their fabricated and fallacious claims of raiding ESN camp is a lie, and the propaganda targeted at blackmailing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu before the Supreme Court judgment on Friday, December 15, 2023. More so, to put fears on Ndebo who are coming home for the Christmas season. It is unfortunate that the Nigerian government, with her amateur blackmailer security forces, can easily be predicted as draft and amateur blackmailers. Anambra Commander of Nigeria Police couldn't develop a good script in their lies. We don't expect less of this propaganda because we are aware of the collaboration between the Nigerian security forces and the Zoo government-sponsored criminals camping around the Osumohu axis. Countless times, IPOB has maintained that ESN does not have camps at Osumohu, Lilu, Newi South, or Sinhutokwa in Imo State, and Ihiala, AG of Anambra State. But the Nigerian security forces will often arrange a friendly gun match with the sponsored criminals in those areas in order to blackmail IPOB. What has stopped Nigerian joint security forces from invading the known camps of those criminals if they are not working together? We are aware that Alebo has been relatively peaceful for some months now, but as expected, the Nigerian security forces and the agent provocateurs will heighten the insecurity in the east again as the Supreme Court judgment of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is near. They are doing this to raise fears in the minds of Ndebo, who intend to come home for Christmas. The public and Ndebo should ignore the Nigeria police blackmail, for there is no truth in their claims, as there was no ESN camp raised by the Nigerian security forces. We are warning the Nigerian compromised security forces to stop blackmailing ESN and IPOB to prove they are working. No ESN camp was involved in the shambolic attack as claimed by Nigeria Joint Security Forces. Enough of the Nigeria police unfounded blackmail against the IPOB and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is enough. The release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu by the Supreme Court on December 15, 2023 is both sacrosanct and paramount. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for the Indigenous People of Biafra. Now, I part with these words. It's a rhetorical question that you should answer by yourself. A police institution, Nigerian police force and the military that can frame up a citizen that came from abroad because they saw money in his pocket, they can frame a citizen, an innocent citizen, and take him to somewhere and kill him. The Nigerian police and military that can see somebody, stop somebody on the road and force the person, albeit that the Nigerian police highest command have said that it is illegal for Nigerian police to search people's telephones without court order. Now, the Nigerian police and military that can corner any Nigerian citizen, mostly Biafrans on the road, driving a car, because he's driving a car or a good car, they will look for his account. Once they see big money in his account, they will wipe the money, force him to transfer the whole money to them. And most of the times they will kill the person and label him a criminal. Is it the Nigerian police that we believe? You will believe what they say when they say, oh, we rounded up a ESN camp, we invaded ESN camp. I want to stir up that common sense, that God-given common sense in your brain. It's not for fancy. Common sense, you develop it, it's there already. You are not they are not going to sell it to you. You have it. That is, this question is a things that I want to stir up in that your brain. It is there. The Nigerian police that is being feared by every Nigerian citizen, because you are not, you see, the police people will be coming, and you see people running for nothing. You ask them, they say, these people, they can just carry you, put any problem on you, even if you talk, they kill you, and nothing will happen. To the extent, Amechi, a former minister, a former governor of Nigeria, a politician, he said that if you want to round 100 Nigerians up in the street and shoot them, like police do, nothing will happen. Are they the people that you will believe when they tell you, oh, we rounded up, we invaded ESN camp? Spare me all this arrant nonsense. Spare me. The Nigerian police that you fear on the road, if they see you, maybe you have money in your account or you have cash with you in a place that maybe in a bushy place, you are gone. They will kill you and label you an armed robber. Carry gun, which they have all this gun everywhere. There is gun. They will carry one gun and put on your dead body. And call Sahara reporters, call them, say we have killed an armed robber, or we have killed an ESN, and they will write it. Is it the police people you are going to believe when they tell you something? It's a question you answer by yourself. If you have common sense, you answer it correctly. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, tomorrow is a D-Day, but I want to assure you that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released. As some callers have said, we are not giving Nigeria any threat and we are not begging them. But they must do the right thing. They must do the right thing. And the Biafrans, be tough. Be tough. Be strong-willed. Let us develop mental toughness. For the task ahead is very, very hard. So, when the go gets hard, the tough gets going. That is how I will end today's program. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your audience. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is who we are. People that are going to Abuja, be careful. This thing, as I said during my preamble, is not a nah, no, I know the fear. No, because you are fighting against institution. You are not fighting against one person. Buhari has gone. Buhari have died. The imposters all have gone. It's another administration. So it's an institution. You understand? So it's not something you do with I dare hard. No, it's ignorance on your part. It's ignorance. That's why you need to, you need to always be prudent. You need to be careful. We don't need to prove anything to anybody. You don't need to prove anything to anybody. The end is what justifies the means. It's only when Biafra comes, the result we are waiting, the overall result is Biafra is restored. That is it. Otherwise, we have nothing to prove to people. That's why when people were complaining, oh, the leadership is not coming, Mazi is no more there. They want to be seeing somebody that will be entertaining them. That is what I completely see it. And I'm very, very glad upon the tactics of the leadership to keep people in suspense. So that if you want to run away, run away. After all, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say we need only 100 men. 100 people, 100 men. Not every time to come and entertain you so that you make you feel happy. After that happiness, just like what our brother said now. When a preacher, we have gotten accustomed to this type of emotion. You go to church, they fire you up with music. Hey, you say na Holy Spirit. No be Holy Spirit, nothing. Now you are now the music. Now the same way you are dancing, they fire you up if you go to nightclub. It's the same thing. A nightclub, when we go watch like this, and I said, the same thing in the church. So it's no different. Once you are being fired up with the music, call, hey, everybody with that, they now cry, hey, Holy Spirit, I touch it. Now lie, now that emotion. And when you touch it again, please know that and no peace. Nothing touch you. It's the emotion in you that was, because music stirs up some things in a human being. Music is the food of the soul. That is it. So the same way they need somebody to be coming all the time. Early in the morning, people relax. You put if you are working, you put your earpiece watching. Good morning, good afternoon, your friends and lovers of freedom. Only that thing they want. Ask many of those people, what do you learn? Once that day's message is gone, finish, nothing again. They don't learn nothing. So that is what they want. Let entertainment continues. No, we are not entertainers. That's what I told somebody, a PhD holder, talking nonsense. I told him, you think we are skit makers, we are content creators? The leadership will be coming to tell you what you want to hear. That will make you sweet your belly. These are the people that have jumped the fence and enter into where they will be hearing the same thing. Oh, in 150 days, Biafra will come. They say, yes, I believe it. Amen, amen. Everything is belief. Remember, I told you, this is no more time to believe. It's not time of belief. We are in an era of non-belief. So I am number one unbeliever. You understand? You understand me? That is what we should be. When they use the book you call holy book, in order to gum your brain, telling you that blessed is him that did not see but believe. They demonize so-called the story of Thomas. Thomas that want to see and know. He was demonized. But somebody to believe, anything you are being told, believe. Blessed are you and you believe. I'm number one arch unbeliever. That arch unbeliever. Call me unbeliever. That is who I am. They have deceived us with all these things. So stop going with your sentiment. You understand? Stop going with your sentiment. We face the reality. The reality is this: tomorrow is a right thing to do. They must release our leader, but we know the zoo. There is no justice, so anything can happen. It should not affect your mindset in the restoration of Biafra. We continue fighting. That is who freedom fighters are. That is the thing. But once you program your mindset one way, and anything, you start being a freedom fighter doesn't unshakable. Unshakable. In a war front, even if a fellow lieutenant or general fall, you'll be touched anyway, but after you carry on. The next person carries on. Now war. Now what we do? No be sentiment. Hey, nah, come on. Sentiment should die in you. So that is it. Beware of those that are telling you to believe. Believe what you want to know. No. We face the reality. Thank you for listening. Biafra is our religion, it's our identity, it's our ideology. From me, from here, it is simply good evening.
Biafra, ndị ngozi obodo bụ sọmma, obodo doro nsọ. The land of the rising sun is a home of the Biafrans. Biafra, ndị ngozi obodo bụ sọmma, obodo doro nsọ. The land of the rising sun is a home of the Biafrans. Biafra, ndị ngozi obodo bụ sọmma, obodo doro nsọ. The land of the rising sun is a home of the Biafrans. Biafra, ndị ngozi obodo bụ sọmma, obodo doro nsọ. The land of the rising sun is a home of the Biafrans. Biafra, ndị ngozi obodo bụ sọmma, obodo doro nsọ. The land of the rising sun is a home of the Biafrans. Biafra, ndị ngozi obodo bụ sọmma, obodo doro nsọ. The land of the rising sun is a home of the Biafrans. Biafra, ndị ngozi obodo bụ sọmma, obodo doro nsọ. The land of the rising sun is a home of the Biafrans.
Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land, and today is the 3rd day of September 2023. I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform. This is a revolutionary radio instituted by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is the leader, the supreme leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, but he is in the Nigeria secret police dungeon, illegally detained, because he was illegally renditioned from Kenya with the tacit support of Britain, whose passport Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was holding, or is still holding, even at the point of rendition in Kenya, and sent illegally back to Nigeria, breaking international laws. Britain, Kenya, and Nigeria, they broke international laws. They didn't have any regard for the rule of law, for human rights. Britain is always trying to, shamefully champion Britain. They always tell us or give lectures on human rights and the maintenance of the rule of law. But Britain directly involved in renditioning one of our citizens, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, right from a third country, Kenya, to Nigeria. Something they prevented in the 1982 or 83, when the then head of a Nigerian state, late Buhari, also tried to kidnap Omar Diko, although albeit Omar Diko was a criminal. And he is never, or he has never been a citizen of the United Kingdom. Omar Odiko stole billions of dollars, naira, and all of them from Nigeria and ran down to Britain, where Britain secured him. When the then military head of state, Buhari, tried to kidnap him from Britain, they were caught. The agents sent to do the job, they were caught by the same Britain. And people went to jail. Some 8 years, 3 years, some people were deported. And Britain had a heavy diplomatic role for over a criminal, Omar Odiko, who was not even a British national. He never held the British passport. But Britain had to, in order to protect a criminal, because he brought money stole money from Nigeria to Britain. Britain has to jail people involved, both Nigeria agents and the Mossad agents that were hired, and other collaborators, and deported some people, and also made sure that they had diplomatic rules with Nigeria for many years. But here, Britain hypocritically is a hypocritical country. See, they planned and renditioned a British citizen named Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria. The reason why, because he was logically, legally, legitimately advocating for self-determination of Biafran people through a referendum. But because it was not for the interest of Britain. You know, Britain is the number one, thief in the whole world. Britain is number one. They steal from very impoverished countries, and they will come around and tell you that, oh, they are fantastically corrupt, oh, they are this and that. They are not. They renditioned Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to Nigeria and kept him there. It is a direct command of Britain. This is how they show people their true color. Every day they stand without being ashamed. They start telling people about the rule of law. You have to maintain the rule of law. You have to, maintain democracy. Their own democracy, maintenance of democracy is complete. For their interest, complete. It doesn't matter who died or who was slaughtered, who gets slaughtered. That is not their problem. This is the world we are in. But we have discovered their system. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, even upon being renditioned, he was sent to the court, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu defeated the Nigeria government in their own court. And the Nigeria Appeal Court gave a verdict on the 13th day of October 2022 that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be discharged and acquitted. And not only that, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should never stand trial in any Nigerian court any longer. But since 13th of October 2022 till today, the Nigerian government refused to obey their own court. They refused to obey the rule of law, the court order, their own court order, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu committed no crime known to Nigerian law. You understand? That is the world we are sitting. That is the evil world we are in. When Britain tells you about democracy, they are telling you about installing a puppet, their own puppet that will be helping them to steal gas and oil and all the minerals in Nigeria and in other African countries. That is what they mean by their democracy. Very shameless. That is who they are. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say we are going to defeat Britain with superior arguments. That is what we are doing. Because what is good for the geese is good for the gander also. Remember that Britain, Margaret Thatcher called Nelson Mandela when he was, I think when she was MP, member of parliament, during the ANC struggle. British government called ANC a terrorist organization. They labeled Mandela a terrorist, an international terrorist. Do you understand me? But they didn't stop apartheid to be kicked out of South Africa. Do you see it? I could remember when Theresa May came, when she was the prime minister, he came to visit South Africa, and on the way to Robben Island, a British journalist, that's why I love them anyway, when they are talking about their politics, internal politics, these Western journalists, you see them bring their, their profession, exhibit their profession without fear of favor. Once they are dealing with their internal affairs, they don't miss words. But once, if they are dealing on international politics, like African politics and, news about Africa, it is there they try to deceive, polish news in order to deceive. The man was asking Theresa May. He said, now, you are going to visit a person that you labeled a terrorist during your time. I think as a member of parliament in the UK government. What are you going to say about it? I watched it. Even the woman, the British Prime Minister as of then, Theresa May, some years back, was not comfortable. She was a kind of stuttering. The man was asking if he want to get out from the question. The man will bring him back. He said, now you label this man a terrorist, but now you are going to visit his solitary confinement in Robben Island. He brought him back. He brought her back, and the woman was stuttering, talking gibberish. That is the way they are going to talk. Because the restoration of Biafra will even herald a new beginning. So that we will treat with each other, with Britain, with America, with all countries, with mutual respect, mutual benefit. Not what they are doing in Africa today. Not the exploitation that they are holding in Africa, they continue doing in Africa, exhibiting in African countries today. In the name of using democracy. Because this democracy is just a term coined by the Europeans in order to continue their neo-colonialist agenda in Africa. What I'm telling you is reality. How many democratic countries in Africa are progressing? Is Cameroon not a democracy? Where their president, that one, I don't know, the great-grandfather, since 50-something years, he's in power. Is it not democracy installed by the Europeans that made the Bongo family to continue ruling? What of Togo? Yatema. A family. Remember that the father of this present president, the former president Yatema, he was paid to kill the first president of Togo that said no to France's neo-colonialist agenda. He refused to sign the pact, the secret pact for continuation of colonization, signed by every francophone president that enters power. That man refused. And they paid Yatema whether $600 or $800 as of that time in order to kill the man direct. And they killed that fine president was killed. Olympio, if I'm not mistaken. He was killed by Yatema. And after dying, his son took over till today. And today we are hearing that the European Union force, they are mobilizing in Togo. You know that is the continuation of the scramble for Africa. But this time around, it is no more business. It's not going to be business as usual. Remember, America tried all their best in order to subjugate Afghanistan, but they got resistance from the people. The people, it doesn't matter with your military power. Once the population is against you, there is nothing you can do. I am telling you, it's a matter of time. Who is in power today? Who runs the government of Afghanistan today? It is the Taliban. The people that we are called names, killed by Americans, done everything. But it doesn't matter the number of years. They resisted because it is their land. A foreigner will come and go, but the owner of the land will remain. So they are in power now. And the world is dealing with them. You have to deal, you have no choice. Because you have to respect international laws. The sovereignty laws, Westphalian sovereignty laws. That is the reality. So it doesn't matter what the Europeans or the West, they have the weapons, they have everything. But we, the indigenous people in Africa, we are in our continent. We are patient. The Europeans, they are because for them, ECOWAS is wasting time in order to go to war against Niger. Now they come direct, stationing in Togo, their military forces. But you can win the war, but you can, to win the peace will be the problem. America won the war in Afghanistan. I could remember when George W. Bush was happy on television that they bombed Tora Bora with a Tomahawk missile. After all those things, the end justifies the means. Who is there today? America tried everything in order to find a saving face to run away from Afghanistan. Because you can bomb, you can occupy people with military force, but you come and rule now, that is the problem. One day you will run away. Once the people are against you, there is nothing you can do. It doesn't matter, it takes 1 year, it can take 10 years, it can take 20, 50 years, you must surely run away. That is the reality. Because the population, African populace, is now opening eyes on our suffering in that continent. That, they smartly installed people, that are representing only their benefit in the name of democracy. Today, Africans are waking up. You understand? That is why today I'm going to talk on a topic that says genuine pan-Africanism. That is the topic of our discussion today. Therefore, I want each and every one of you listening to me to invite your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform. This is where we preach the gospel of liberation. The gospel of genuine pan-Africanism is not making mouth service. No. We say it the way it should be, so that we shall progress, so that Africa will restore its space in this beautiful earth we are in. Because we have been a people cajoled, subjugated, enslaved, in any way, continuous exploitation till today. But it is time to say no. And we are doing it systematically. That is why we are agitating for the restoration of Biafra. IPOB is championing it. And our supreme leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is still in the enemy dungeon. Albeit being released, ordered to be released, discharged and acquitted by the Nigerian court. But the Nigerian government, they don't obey their own law, their own court order. And it's a democracy, isn't it? Very ironic. But they are the people that are trying to go to restore democracy in Niger. Britain is using them. France is using them. The West is using them just for their interests. Do you see? I continue saying this. History is repeating itself. Africans were used to conquer Africans. During the transatlantic slavery. What started this transatlantic slavery? When the Portuguese merchants, they were coming to West Africa, buying and selling, bringing their goods and taking African goods also in exchange. Buying and selling, normal. Until they came one time, I think in 16th century, 15 something. Now the on our 15th century is 14 something, 1400s. The seller of that ship say, no, let us try to enter inwards in order to look for other type of merchandise. And he ventured inside in the in the interior of present day Mauritania. And they captured some people there. Some people, Africans, about whether 10 or 100 of them. They captured them and secretly took them to their ship and off they went. What happened when they arrived in Portugal with these people? These people started pleading that, look, spare us. Do not take us. Do not enslave us. We will rather help you become your agents in Africa, so that we will capture our brothers. We have people that we have been waging wars. They now remember their enemies, the other African, tribes that are their enemies. We will help you conquer them. Now we become your enemy, your agents. You empower us. And that talk, they found favor in the king of Portugal that time. And after signing some treaty with those people, either 10 or 100 of them, I couldn't remember, but it is either 10 or 100. Either 10 of them. Now, do you know what happened? The European, the Portuguese, they brought back these slaves. Instead of arriving in the shores of Africa and turning against them, these people fulfilled their promise and carried them to other tribes with their arms. Their then guns as of that time. And used them, guided them, used the Portuguese now, guided them and went at either clan or other tribe and captured a whole people. Now the Portuguese were happy. But inside them, they were surprised. What type of people are these? People that can sell their brothers. And they remarked that thing, that mentality. And that is what they have been dealing with. When you talk about black race, African, they label them in the black book, the Europeans, the West. People that can sell their own, for their own private interest. It never changed it today. And they empower these people. And they become their agents. And all other things were history. That was the start of transatlantic slavery. They are still doing the same thing today. And let me tell you also, do you know why? When they established the first church, the Roman Catholic Church arrived first in Onitsha. In 19th century, 1857 to be precise, if I'm not mistaken. Why they accepted them? It is not because of any other thing to worship or no. Onitsha accepted them because in order for them to use them as foreigners with power, to be dealing with the Obosi people, Obosi. All this I'm telling you is they are historical facts. Because they have been having skirmishes with their neighbors, their own brothers. Obosi, these clannish problems, that is common, which is normal. But the mistake Africans are making or made and are still making is collaboration with the white people, with strangers in order to deal against their own. This thing made the European other races to label Africa as traitors. Till today, it is in all their books, all their secret books, that Africans are traitors, self-traitors. You understand? Something that other races don't do. When the Chinese were in their civil war, they were fighting each other. Normal, because every race in this world, there are problems everywhere. In Europe fought tribal wars more than in Africa. I used to say this. I want you to research whatever we say here on Radio Biafra. It's not we don't say things because we just say it. No. These are historical facts. The Visigoths, the Gothics, they wanted to kill themselves into extinction. You understand? How do you call these pirates? Today you are using it as a secret society mantra. The pirates, they are these Scandinavians. They go for them. The Western Europeans fear them like anything because they say they go like lightning. They don't know how they come. They don't know how they go. The pirates. They kill themselves until they want to, kill themselves into extinction. In Europe, Europeans, they were cannibals. But after they started thinking, they said, no, let us stop these wars. As I was saying, when Chinese were having wars between themselves, Japan tried to benefit from brothers fighting in order to invade them, to colonize them. And when these warring factions, Chinese warring factions, saw that another stranger, foreigner is coming to invade them, one didn't make an agreement with Japan to side in order to kill the other. No. The two of them, they quickly, as wise people, two of them quickly made peace with themselves and said, look, if we are fighting, we are brothers, so no, we have internal issues, we are killing ourselves, no problem. It's better we kill ourselves than foreigners come to kill us. You understand? So they quickly made peace and started resisting Japan as a common people. So that after everything, if they finish fighting, wedding off strangers, now if they want, let them continue their own war. It's their own thing, brotherly fight. It doesn't matter. That is how wise people reason. But Africans don't reason like that. That is why I say Africans, they have not reached a mental, that advanced mental state of enlightenment. I used to say it here, and think about what I'm saying. How can you, two brothers, for example, in a family, if two brothers, they can be fighting. But if a foreigner come, if they are wise, they will make peace, even temporary truce, and now face the foreigner. That is how wise people do. That is how wise people behave. Because they are wise. It is wisdom. But if a foreigner came now and meet them fighting and join one, now one will say, yes, I have a partner now. Help me kill my brother. After killing your brother, the foreigner will turn against you and will enslave you. Do you understand? That is the mistake of Africans. They allow the West in order to continue using them. So that impoverishing Africans, they don't care. They don't care. Any person that rises up, Thomas Sankara rose up in 1983 as a young, vibrant fellow that wants this neo-colonialism out of Burkina Faso. They still use his brother to kill him. And all the things he worked, all of them, they turned them round. That man is still in Blaise Compaoré. He's still in Côte d'Ivoire. He's in exile. What these people fail to understand is that it doesn't matter you are a billionaire, you are a president, or you are whatever, you will die one day. When Silva Berlusconi died, I was marveled. Because this man was a man that I read one time. His doctor was boasting that, Silva Berlusconi, he will continue making Silva Berlusconi 50 years younger than his age. He get number one kidney every time. Any organ that is not has any slightest problem, they will change it. So he boasted that Silva Berlusconi will live very long life. But it is not like that. You understand? It is not like that. Everybody must end. Everybody must be extinguished. This oxygen you are breathing, one day it will no more function, you will no more breathe it. The heart will stop. What matters is the legacy. Because whether you are from Africa, from America, everybody, the ultimate end of every human being is death. The problem is, what legacy did you lay in this planet Earth? That is the thing. But all these African politicians, they don't care about it. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. Look at Paul Biya of Cameroon. Shamelessly, Macron used to stand up, welcome him. That man is no more living in Cameroon. He lives in Switzerland. He comes to Cameroon. They carry him to come to Cameroon only during election time, election period. That is only time. By his great grandchildren. He don't know what is happening in Cameroon. But the Europeans are having field day over there. They made the beer less costly than water. Water is more costly than beer, alcohol in Cameroon. Drink yourself into stupor. Dance makosa. Do any other thing, but don't talk about politics. That is Cameroon for you. That is the truth. That is the truth. And France is happy. The Europeans, the West, they are happy. Oh, it's democracy. It's democracy. They're promoting democracy. Africans, we need to rise up and take our space, take charge of our destiny. It's not going to be palatable. We have forces to contend with. It is going to be a strategic war or fight. Strategic fight. Fight of wise fight. You understand me? That is why every time I say it, it's for those that are saying why some countries are going from another one colonization to another, talking of China, Russia, others. I disagree completely. You cannot wrestle yourself out of a powerful hand oppressor by yourself. You have to do it siding an opposing force, equal an opposing force to that your oppressor. America is today a separate country that detached themselves from Britain. Who helped them? It was France. Without France, America wouldn't be a country today. They would have been part of British colony till today. They wouldn't have had the government they have today. There would have been another type of government, maybe like Australia, bowing down to the Queen. Do you understand me? They wouldn't have been a powerful country they are today. If not for France. France was a powerful country as of that time, in the 18th century, or 19th century, early 19th century. France was powerful also. So, in order to remove themselves to fight a powerful country like Britain, the colonies, the 13 American colonies, they have to beg France to help them. And France came to their rescue. Because France, no matter their European neighbors with Britain, they are having competitions. They are friendly enemies. Or they were friendly enemies. You understand? So, the America that time, the Unionists, they use that benefit. They made use of that benefit between two fighting giants, and they brought one giant to side them. Did the France after colonize America? Is it not America today that is even being in front of France? Is the France pursuing America like licking ass? Is it not the same? Is it not it? In this world, you have to profit. Anywhere you should, you have your interest, you grab it. Even if it is temporal, grab it. No attachment of, this sentiment. No. There is no sentiment in international politics. Anywhere you see, you are, anything you can grab for your benefit. As of that time, you take it. If you go, now you use your God-given wisdom, because a country is filled up with people that has wisdom. Now you use your wisdom think tanks in order to wriggle out of the hold of that new strong person. That is how it is done. So when people say that Africa is trying to get out from one colonial master to another, I beg to disagree. It is lie. Why didn't France colonize America? When they ran away from British colony, with the tacit support of France, direct support, they didn't hide it. They brought arms to fight against Britain. After, why didn't France recolonize America? But you know, all these things you don't ask. You don't ask all these questions because you don't know. You are ignorant. Anything they talk. You know, when you see people analyzing all these episodes, African episodes on mainstream media, people you think you see that they are intellectuals. You see that their understanding is highly limited. The way they see things is completely limited to reality. You understand me? You will see somebody when he's talking because he's a PhD from Cambridge. He has to talk for the interest of where he schooled in Britain. That is the truth. They don't tell you the reality, the bottom reality of things. No, they don't tell you. You see the analysis just like it doesn't reach the ground. So many of them, they don't make sense. So any person, any powerful country that you can align to, in order to get what you want, grab what you want as of that time, you grab it, you get something. In international politics, it is getting interest. As of that time, if you grab that thing you want, now, you use your diplomacy might, every might, in order to wriggle, continue holding your interest. That is how it is. When Mandela came out from jail, he started visiting. He invited even people from both Palestine, friendly to them. And when he visited America, they were asking him, Mandela, you say you are championing democracy. Why are you making friends with the people that are terrorists? Palestinians, terrorists. That is how they ask him. You know one thing Mandela Madiba answered them. He said the most mistake the West is making is thinking that their enemies should always be our enemies. That is not done. It's not done. When they were, after all, America sided with Britain in order to support apartheid, give them arms, encourage them to slaughter black people. Now, when you come to people that helped you, Cuba helped apartheid regime. Anti-apartheid. Cuba, Fidel Castro helped the ANC. China helped. Even Russia helped them in order to gain independence from apartheid. Now, when you come out, they want you to just hate them because you are. They will order you just hate those that that helped you. Does it make sense? And you will just blindly accept. This is a world whereby we are all equal in this world, equally created. All of us came out nude. No human being came out from the mother's womb with a clothes or with any other thing. No. The same way everybody came out. The same way I come out from my mother's womb is the same way Joe Biden, the American president, came out from his mother's womb. Everybody in this planet Earth. And all of us is going to die. So why do we feel inferior? It doesn't make sense. Before I go to the subject matter today, I will just read I think one or two headlines. News headlines, please. Okay. Days when Naira will be stronger than US dollar is coming back. Redeem the Church Overseer Pastor Adebayo predicts. That is, let me see, September 3, 2023 news headline. Are you seeing it? They are selling stupidity to people. This that the GOs, this so-called God of men or men of dogs, I don't know. They are selling stupidity to the people, to the population. Days when Naira will be stronger, the US dollar is coming back. All these things is, once they made an agreement at the backyard, secrecy, Tinubu will call them and tell them, look, you have to brainwash people to support my government. And they will come and start prophesying. Oh, we are predicting, we are prophesying. It will be so. The Komoyi have been saying that Nigeria will be paradise since 1986, praying for Nigeria till today. The same thing. But the problem is, the people that are going on all these things, the people that are believing all these things, they continue acting like animals, believing. You don't ask this man, say, Oga sir, how is Naira going to be stronger? When you manufacture nothing, when your source of foreign income is only natural resources like petroleum. Even though you don't refine petroleum, you drill it but you don't refine it. How is it going on? How? When you import everything into Nigeria, you import everything. So you are working for other countries. The whole citizens are working for other countries. But because when you are using foreign products, you are slave to all these people. You are making them to expand their factories, their industries by importation. Every time you are in China, imported. There are people in China. No need of traveling to and fro. Our people now, they know. In order to cut costs, one person will go to China and stay. Others will be in Nigeria. Just they will transmit money and he will buy goods and import. So, we are just, you see that we are just doing boy for Chinese, mostly. And only taking commission. Because everything you import, you don't manufacture nothing. So how are you going to earn your reserve? Foreign reserve. How? Foreign currency. How? I read one time, last time, I think they said the foreign reserve, Nigeria foreign reserve is either $3 billion only. A country of 230 something million people. Reserve is, foreign reserve, whether $3 billion. Whereas Gaddafi, during his time, he had a external reserve of more than $150 billion. Highest in Africa, with no external debt. That is why they killed that man. A Pan-Africanist. But here they are predicting you. And in that church, once you say, people will say amen, say, okay, rise, let us pray. You see Neanderthals praying, you ask them, is this the way that Dubai became who they are today? By just predicting and everybody clapping and shouting hallelujah. Now, before you know it, magic wand, things change and the country, Naira started having value over dollar. Can you, even all this type of headlines, other nationals are reading it. It is highly shameful for this to make a headline in Nigeria. It is highly shameful. That is why Nigeria shame every one of us. A pastor predicting, Naira will be more than dollar. And everybody is reading it. You are shouting amen. Ordinary electricity you don't have. If you want to set up a factory in Nigeria today, you will budget for an electric generator that will be either even more costly than the whole factory you are trying to set up. It will be engulfing a different money every day, fueling it to run your factory, because there is no electricity. These people will not tell you that, look, at least we need electricity 24/7. Don't Nigeria have the capacity of building a nuclear reactor? Let me ask. Don't Nigeria have the capacity of building a nuclear reactor so that Nigerians will have light, electricity? You see that this is a grand conspiracy in Nigeria by Britain. I say Britain, so that to deny Nigeria, the type of suffering they put in Nigeria is too unearthly suffering. All this show that the people will not rise up. Because they know that when there is electricity, people will start doing something. You understand? There will be manufacturing, mostly by Biafrans. Igbo people will start making use of it. Instead of, in order to deal with Igbo people, they are suffering everybody. And no electricity. Everybody, you have the highest importers of generator. Electric generator is Nigeria. In the world. And what all these politicians do, Britain encourages them, go outside, go Malaysia, go China, build a generator factory. So that you'll be sending it to Nigeria. That is what they do. They are suffering people unnecessarily. And the worst of it is this, that the people in Nigeria don't know that they are suffering artificially. It's artificial suffering. Some people are putting this suffering artificially. It is not natural. Though now they use clergymen in order to sedate Nigerians. Give them tranquilizers so that they continue sleeping. Oh, Naira, we rise up in Jesus' name. Everybody will say amen.